The House come to order. Pursuant to a motion previously adopted, the House stands adjourned until 1 p.m. today. The House will come in order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? The quorum is present. The House and Gallery, please rise for the invocation which will be offered by the Honorable Joe Moody of El Paso County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, guests in the gallery. Join me in prayer. Lord, we thank you for having had the opportunity this session to serve our fellow Texans. Few have this chance, and we pray that we've made the most of it. I often think about the words we find in 1 Corinthians, urging us to look to faith, to hope, to love, and reminding us that love is the greatest of these. That verse was recited at my wedding, in fact, and I think probably a lot of other members' weddings as well. But a wedding that is an easy love, to love someone we've chosen, someone who loves us back. Jesus stood for a more complex and difficult love. Anyone can simply return love, but we have to find a higher and truer love for those who oppose us, those who might even hate us. Jesus urged that kind of radical love at the Sermon on the Mount. He told Simon Peter to stay his sword in the garden. His first words on the cross were a prayer for the forgiveness of those who'd put him there. And in the Gospel of John, we find Jesus' simple final command to his apostles: love one another as I have loved you. I was moved by Representative Thierry's prayer yesterday, where she talked about asking for forgiveness when we wrong each other. God, today we pray that you give us the strength to go one step farther and not lose sight of our love for one another, even in conflict. That's when we need it the most. And there will be conflict today. Many of us will passionately disagree with one another here on this floor. But as we do, Lord, help us remember our respect for each other as human beings. Help us remember who we are and who you want us to be. Help us reflect the revolutionary love that Jesus showed for all of us. Because if we do that, then love can remain between us here when the dust has settled. And Texas will be the better for it. It is in your name we pray. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Charlie Guerin of Tarrant County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members and guests in the gallery, would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States and to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Pursuant to House Rule 13, Section 9F, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 1969, suspending the limitations on the conferees for HB 1281. Pursuant to House Rule 13, Section 9F, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 1982, suspending the limitations on the conferees for SB 155. Pursuant to Rule 13.9F, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 1994, suspending the limitations on the conferees for HB 2658. Pursuant to House Rule 13, Section 9F, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 1997, suspending the limitations on the conferees for SB 15. Pursuant to Rule 13.9F, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 2006, suspending the limitations on the conferees for HB 3774. Pursuant to Rule 13.9F, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 2005, suspending the limitations on the conferees for HB 2462. Pursuant to Rule 13.9F, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 2007, suspending the limitations on the conferees for SB 7. Pursuant to Rule 13.9F, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 2008, suspending the limitations on the conferees for HB 2030. Pursuant to Rule 13.9F, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 2014, suspending the limitations on the conferees for SB 713. Pursuant to Rule 13.9F, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 2022, suspending the limitations on the conferees for HB 1987. Pursuant to Rule 13.9F, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 2027, suspending the limitations on the conferees for HB 3720. Pursuant to Rule 13.9F, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 2076, suspending the limitation of the conferees for HB 20. Mr. Martinez, official for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I could have some order, please.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Is it the chair's intent to take a vote right now on these resolutions, or is it just your intent to announce them and lay them out?
This announcement starts a 3-hour layout.
Okay. And Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
At that 3-hour mark, is it the chair's intention to take these items up individually as that bill becomes eligible for consideration?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HCR 51, HCR 46, HCR 24, HB 3897, HB 2831, HB 2757, HB 2086, HB 1935, HB 1802, HB 1706, HB 1681, HB 1578, HB 1564, HB 1554, HB 1526, HB 1518, HB 1456, HB 1423, HB 1371, HB 1321, HB 1247, HB 1240, HB 1239, HB 1193, HB 1172, HB 1164, HB 1115, HB 988, HB 981, HB 954, HB 885, HB 872, HB 787, HB 750, HB 707, HB 692, HB 619, HB 547, HB 465, HB 385, HB 295, HB 246, HB 222, HB 72, HB 29.
Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial recognition. Members, please take your seats. The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy for a memorial recognition.
Mr. Speaker and members, we were all saddened over the interim by the death of some of our former colleagues. And I know there are many in this chamber who remember Tony Goolsbee, who was a member of the legislature he was first elected in 1998, and he served for, he was first elected in 1988, and he served for 20 years. And I think some of you probably remember that in his final few years as a member of the legislature, he served as chair of House Administration. And Tony was truly one of those people. A lot of the members remember Tony and remember him fondly. Tony was one of those members who everybody liked, everyone trusted, and who was a friend to everyone. And so we all were saddened to hear of Tony's death. He was still around the Capitol quite a bit after he left the legislature, and we were able to remain in our friendship with Tony. And so we all miss him and we honor him today. We adopted the memorial resolution yesterday, and so we would do a moment of silence today. I wanted to talk about for just a second his family. Many of you, and particularly some of the spouses, remember Toppy, his wife, and then they had three girls, Melly, Cherry, and Brooke. And they and their families couldn't be here today, but they're watching by video. And so we want to express to them our condolences and our highest and deepest respect for their family member, Tony Goolsby. And so I would ask that we, Mr. Speaker, that we join in a moment of silence in honor of Tony. Thank you so much, members, and have a good final day of the session.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door
admit
of
the
the House.
messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HCR 107, Theory, Sponsor Miles, congratulating Tony Middleton Lewis on her retirement from Houston Public Works.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Morales-Shaw. The chair recognizes Ms. Morales-Shaw for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, our colleague, Chairman Coleman, is going through health transition and is overcoming these challenges with resolve and dignity. He served the people of the District of 147 in the Texas House since 1991. A Houstonian through and through, Chairman Coleman attended Howard University in Washington, D.C. and graduated from the University of St. Thomas. Through his career, he has been a leader in criminal justice reform, health care, economic development, and public education. For many years, Chairman Coleman has been committed to expanding access to health care for every single Texan and has served as the chair of the Legislative Study Group since 2003. He was also past chairman and is current member of the Texas Legislative Black Caucus. Today, we'll be passing around a card to wish him well in his recovery. I hope you'll join me in writing a message and signing the card. Please remember to keep him and his family in your thoughts and prayers as we close out the 87th legislative session. Thank you.
The following resolutions on first reading or referral. The clerk will read the resolutions.
H.R. 1970 by Gann, referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars. H.R. 1971 by Vasut, referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars. H.R. 1972 by Vasut, referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars. H.R. 1973 by Fierro, referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars. H.R. 1974 by Smithy, referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars. H.R. 1975 by Smithy, referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars. H.R. 1976 by Smithy, referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars. H.R. 1977 by Smithy, referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars. H.R. 1978 by Raymond, referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars. H.R. 1979 by Zwiener, refer to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars. H.R. 1980 by Zwiener, refer to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars.
Is Mr. Shaheen on the floor of the House? The chair lays out HCR 113 and recognizes Mr. Shaheen. The clerk will read the bill.
HCR 113 by Shaheen, recalling HB 1322 from the governor.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this resolution recalls House Bill 1322, which I'm the author of. House Bill 1322 requires that the notice of the rule proposed by a state agency must include a brief explanation of a proposed rule change and plain language summary on the agency website. There's a technical error in the bill, so we are recalling the bill from the governor to correct the error.
The question occurs on adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. Show Mr. Jatan voting aye. All members voting. There have been 141 ayes, 0 nays. HCR 113 is adopted. Members, as I noticed, HB 686, HB 3973 will be brought at the end of page 1 for motions to discharge the conference committees. Members are about to go on the items eligible calendar. Bills will be brought up in a different order. The chair will remind you what page and where in that page that bill will be brought up from, so you have an opportunity to review. Mr. Turner of Tarrant. Members, we're starting out on page 1, first bill, SB 1588. Ms. Perez, you will be next. Mr. Schofield, you will be next. And Mr. King of Parker will be next. The chair recognizes Mr. Turner of Tarrant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1588.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on SB 1588 and recognizes Mr. Turner of Tarrant to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1588, which of course is the bill dealing with property owners associations. The Conference Committee report removes a repealer clause that was added on third reading in the House relating to payments made by the Texas Real Estate Commission to the General Revenue Fund. The CCR also updates language from a second reading floor amendment by our joint sponsor, Chairman Bonin, so that his language mirrors his standalone bill, which has now already passed both chambers. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Morrison, for what purpose?
May I ask the gentleman a question, please?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I yield for questions, yes.
Yes. Representative Turner, I was just wondering, was Senator Johnson's amendment left on this piece of legislation?
Senator Johnson's amendment?
Yes, sir. There was an amendment.
Can you remind me the substance of that amendment? There were a number of amendments.
It was my understanding there was an amendment that actually talked about HOAs, that they could not accept money from maintenance as far as assessments. Is there an amendment such as that in this legislation?
Representative Morrison, my understanding is there is not a Senator Johnson amendment at all in the bill, and I don't recall the provision you're speaking of.
Okay, so there's not anything that says that HOAs cannot collect money, assess money, and that HOAs will not be disbanded if they do so?
Oh, absolutely not. No, not at all. This bill provides for HOAs to continue to operate and function and provide the many valuable services that they provide. As I mentioned before, when we heard this bill previously, I live in an HOA and I think it benefits my neighborhood. And this bill is about increasing transparency and due process for homeowners in HOAs, for buyers and sellers of properties that are in HOAs. and protecting private property rights. But the bill provides for HOAs to continue to serve the vital role that they play in many of our communities around the state, and certainly they have the ability to continue to assess fees or dues, as the case may be, to support their functions.
Okay, so there is not anything in here that would keep an HOA from assessing those fees and using it for management or maintenance for the property?
Absolutely not. I think that's one of the most vital functions that HOAs provide,
Right.
which is management, beautification, maintenance of common areas. So absolutely not. Those abilities that they have today are absolutely preserved 100% under this legislation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Representative Morrison.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Israel.
will the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, I'll be happy to yield for questions.
Chair Turner, thank you for carrying this legislation. I know it got more difficult, but there's a lot of forces that you're going against here. But I wanted to ask on behalf of those of us who are involved in real estate transactions, and you may have mentioned it with previously, but is there a cap? Talk about the fees that are built in now that it's coming back to the House. And I ask that on behalf of those for whom the fees have gotten horribly large and difficult and become a barrier to people buying a house, which sounds ridiculous, but it's become a barrier. So would you speak a little bit to the fees where the new homeowner just needs to get a hold of the HOA bylaws, rules, and regulations?
Certainly, Representative Israel, and another scenario you have a lot of expertise in. You know, I'll tell you, and we heard a lot of testimony to the effect of what you just said in the Committee on Business and Industry when we heard this bill for the first time. Seems like years ago now, but earlier this session. And specifically what we tried to address in the bill is the real estate transfer fees. And we heard stories that at closings, the parties involved may not know what those fees are until they actually get to the closing. And of course, for many home buyers, they're stretching every dollar, right, to be able to close the sale on that home or close the purchase on that home. And you know, and they've got, you know, obviously the cost with buying the home, and they got moving costs, and perhaps they need to, you know, are prepared to do some repairs or maintenance once they take acquisition of the new property. So to be surprised with a fee that could run into several hundreds of dollars at closing is a real barrier for a lot of people. So what the bill does, and this was extensively negotiated between various stakeholders, is it caps those fees at $375. In the initial House bill version that I authored, we had that capped at, I believe it was at $250. But we did negotiate and agreed to negotiate it at a $375 fee cap.
Well, thank you so much. That sounds like a reasonable amount, and I will say it also helps with predictability, so that as you're entering a transaction, I know predictability is important. So to know that these fees were going north of $1,000 was a pain point for a lot of people who, as you noted, are just scraping their pennies together to get ready to make that transaction happen, and then they get a surprise. Correct?
That's absolutely right, and you know, buying a home is is the American dream,
painful.
and so it is, and it's a very stressful process. So we want to remove as many barriers as we can, and we think this bill accomplishes that.
Well, thank you. On behalf of homeowners who are going through this, I like that we're eliminating the surprise billing part, and I appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Lambert, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion that the comments between Representative Morrison and Chairman Turner be reduced in writing and recorded in the Journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none. So ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1588.
Mr. Turner of Tarrant moves the House adopt the Conference Committee report on SB. The chair recognizes Ms. Morrison to speak against the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. it is my understanding that the Johnson Amendment, and I'm sorry, it was Representative Johnson's amendment that was put on the second reading. I just want to read you what this amendment does, and this is very concerning to me. We need to sort it out. The amendment added on second reading to Senate Bill 1588 voids condominium associations' assessment collection ability for tens of thousands of Texas condos. Condo assessments pay for roof maintenance, exterior maintenance, utility bills, pools, parking, etc., and it is imperative for condo associations to be able to collect assessments to fund their mandatory obligations for maintenance. So what this says is that POAs and HOAs and condos cannot collect regular assessments unless the deed restrictions expressly authorize it. In other words, the duty to pay regular assessments has to be noted in the deed restrictions in order for an HOA or condo association to charge and collect them. So this is an issue for me. I'm a member of a condo association on the board, and if this is what this amendment does, and this is what the wording I have is, I think this will leave thousands of condo regimes, the ones with documents that don't expressly reference assessment rights, with no ability to collect the assessments because of the way the law post in the amendment reads. And so I just want you to know that this is what the amendment that was put on this bill did, and want you to know about it before we take this vote. Mr. Speaker, I'm in speaking in opposition to this bill.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tarrant to close on the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, and I want to just address the comments from my good friend, Representative Morrison. One, I think there may be some confusion here. Senator Johnson does not have an amendment on this bill. In the House-passed version of Senate Bill 1588, there was a Representative Jarvis Johnson amendment. So I don't know if that's where the discrepancy is, but let me just address that amendment. I think there's been no secret. Because you all have gotten a lot of emails and phone calls on this bill over the last several weeks. There are some powerful special interests that don't want the legislature to pass this bill. And unfortunately, there's been some, I'm afraid, intentional misleading or conflating of issues. And there has been a conflating of deed restrictions and dedicatory instruments. Those are two very different types of documents. And so specifically, Chapter 82 of the Property Code does give condo associations the right to collect assessments via their bylaws. However, Chapter 202 of the Property Code requires that all dedicatory instruments, which are defined as each document governing the establishment, maintenance, or operation of a residential subdivision, plan unit development, condominium, or townhome regime, or any similar plan developed, including bylaws, shall be filed in the real property records of the county in which the property to which those instruments relate resides. So regardless of whether Chapter 82 provides condos the right to charge assessments via their bylaws, they are still required to publicly file those bylaws with the county. And the Johnson Amendment, the Representative Jarvis Johnson Amendment, which is what we're talking about here, merely says if they fail to meet that current legal requirement, again, so the members listen to that, it's currently required in the law. Representative Johnson's amendment on this bill simply says if they fail to meet that requirement, they're unable to collect those assessments. All they have to do is comply with existing statute, and there's no change. So it's simply a safeguard to better enforce compliance with existing law. That's all Representative Johnson's amendment did. And so any suggestion that they'll be unable to collect or assess fees to do maintenance is simply not true. This is a good bill to protect private property rights, to protect the rights of homeowners, and is going to help provide needed transparency into the world of property owner associations, many of which admittedly do a lot of great work around our state, but many of which also yield tremendous power over homeowners and their properties, and the legislature has an obligation to make sure that those powers are being used appropriately and transparently and with due process, with the goal of protecting homeowners private property rights. So I'd ask that you vote yes on the motion to adopt the Conference Committee report.
Mr. Turner moves the House adopt the Conference Committee report on SB 188. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Turner Tarrant voting aye. Show Ms. Perez voting aye. All members voting. Show Mr. Toth voting aye. There have been 139 ayes, 4 nays. The House adopts the Conference Committee report for SB 188. The chair recognizes Ms. Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 383.
The chair leads out the Conference Committee report on SB 383 and recognizes Ms. Perez to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These changes clarify language that was unintentionally created by the adoption of an amendment on the House floor, and I move adoption.
Ms. Perez moves the House adopt the Conference Committee report on SB 383. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Perez voting aye. All members voting. There have been 111 ayes and 32 nays. The House adopts the Conference Committee report. The chair recognizes Mr. Schofield.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3476.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on HB 3476 and recognizes Mr. Schofield to explain the report.
Mr. Speaker, members, the Senate the Senate basically rewrote the bill to do the same thing we had it doing, but they put on an amendment on the floor that we went to conference to take off. We successfully took it off, so I move adoption of the Conference Committee report.
Mr. Schofield moves the House adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 3476. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schofield voting aye. All members voting. There have been 144 ayes and 0 nays. The Conference Committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. King.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the Conference Committee report on HB 2483.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on HB 2483 and recognizes Mr. King to explain the report.
Members, this is the bill for the lines and poles companies, the transmission and distribution utilities that lets them do some emergency things to get power to people when there's a major outage. The only change from the Conference Committee, we completely took out all the Senate amendments and went back to the exact language that passed out of the House. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Mr. King moves the House adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 2483. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There have been 143 ayes and 0 nays. The Conference Committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Patty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to call up Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 800.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on SB 800 and recognizes Mr. Patty to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 800 streamlines agency reporting requirements by repealing obsolete and redundant reports and removing recipients who no longer need to receive reports. We had added one amendment on our side that ultimately was not acceptable due to some potentially negative fiscal impacts and limited time for stakeholders to fully vet the amendment. So we removed that amendment. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 800.
Mr. Patty moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on SB 800. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There have been 145 ayes and 0 nays. The Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, we're moving on to HB 1869 near the bottom of page 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the conference committee report on House Bill 1869.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on HB 1869 and recognizes Mr. Burrows to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to take just a moment to explain this. This is policy I care very deeply about. 2 sessions ago, when we were dealing with SB 2, I had made an attempt to make sure that the non-voter approved debt was not part of any of the calculations toward the 3.5% rollback rate. Came back this session. First bill I filed was dealing with that again. Just so you're aware, all debt payments towards the debt 3.5% trigger is not included currently. When I filed the bill, it was all for non-voter approved debt. After the hearing and working with many members on the committee, we ended up taking many other things out. Let me give you the list of the things that we decided not to include in the 3.5%. Self-supporting debt, evidence of a loan program under state or federal financial assistance, refunding bond issued for emergency. Those are the things we made coming out of committee. We also did critical infrastructure, vehicles, renovating existing buildings, transportation zones, streets, roads, highways, bridges, sidewalks. There is a list of them. When I came to the floor, I knew there was still some concern over it. Originally, I was going to say, well, I'll make it just for Lubbock County only because I wanted my taxpayers to have this protection. There were many members on the floor who said, no, we'd like to be included in this as well. We went to the conference committee. We made sure both of Representative Syrier's amendments, thank you very much, were fully included in this. I think everything was included in it. The one thing the Senate said they would not do was to exempt out any counties. So all of the amendments we took on the floor, I think which started because I was willing to make it for Lubbock County only. They said this has to be applicable statewide. I think this is very fair policy. I don't think anybody wants to wake up and find they had a $100 million city hall or a water park or other things built without having the voters an opportunity to vote for it with debt that would actually extend beyond 4 years. Now, they could still use the COs for those things. It would just now count against the rollback rate trigger of 3.5%.
Mr. Rodriguez, for a purpose.
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yields a question. Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, I wanted to thank you for accommodating a lot of the members here when the bill was originally on the floor. You took my amendment and many other amendments, really bracketing out certain counties, and I know that you did work with a lot of us, but I know you said it, but I'm going to ask you to repeat it if you would. All of those amendments where members wanted to bracket out their counties are no longer in this bill. Is that correct?
The Senate said it had to be, statewide. That was their ask. So I brought it back to the floor. I think it's good policy regardless if you're in Travis County, Lubbock County. In all honesty, Representative, if I could narrow the scope of exceptions for just Lubbock County, I'd be happy as can be because I did this for my taxpayers, not to basically impose anything upon yours.
And I understand you had some issues in your county with maybe some use of COs, perhaps not in the best way. So I understand that. But again, I do want to thank you sincerely for working with a lot of us here. It's unfortunate that a lot of these carve-outs are no longer in there, but thank you for working with us.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for a question.
Of course. Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Burrows. I heard you say that the amendments that we adopted on the House side that exempted certain counties have been removed. You took an amendment from me, Representative Jessica Gonzalez, Representative Terry Mesa, Representative Vaughn Davis, who all represent Grand Prairie, to exempt the city of Grand Prairie. Did that amendment remain in the bill?
No, it is statewide applicability. The amendments that we did go back to conference and keep in were both Syria amendments, which dealt with emergency vehicles, jails, things like that. There's a fairly exhaustive list. We took the Moody amendment dealing with the TRZ zones that came back out of conference. So all of them that basically, every amendment that was on what should be exempted out other than particular geographical locations remain in the bill.
Okay, but there's no county or city specific exemptions.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Price, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions. Gentleman yields.
Chairman Burrows, thank you. I think you may have just answered my question. I heard you say the Syria, the Moody amendments that were previously adopted in the House are remaining in the conference committee report. Is that correct?
Correct. They both came back out of conference, and Representative Syria was on the conference committee and signed off on it to make sure the body would know that we kept all of that in there. The TER zone, which I think the Moody amendment was, that is actually in there as well.
And there was, if I remember correctly, in part of the Syria amendment, there was a provision that allowed for the improvement of existing buildings. Is that correct?
Yes, let me see if I can pull that up real quick. Renovation of improving existing buildings or facilities. That is in there in my notes.
And public safety is in there as well?
Not broadly defined, but granularly defined. One of the things that I fought against was putting big, broad concepts like public safety or public health in there, because everything is public safety or public health. But we defined it with a lot of the different the smaller subsets that I think captured all of that. But yes, both Serie A amendments are in there, which is what brought everybody, at least most people, on board with the concepts in here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Appreciate
it.
It's really a limitation on their potential.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher to speak against the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, you should know that when this bill was coming up, Chairman Burrows and I were walking up together and we were both laughing. And as a matter of fact, I said, well, should we hold hands? He said, let's go have our tax fight. And I said, well, should we hold hands coming up here? And Chairman Burrows is a good member and did a good job. I've been on Ways and Means for 5 terms now, and what I've learned in those terms is that tax policy almost all the time is not partisan. Tax policy is not partisan. Tax policy is fairness. And when Chairman Burrows brought this bill to the floor, you heard him say just right now that he would have been perfectly fine of just confining this to Lubbock because of behavior and actions and inactions in his backyard, and I respect him for that. I respect any member who gets up here and wants to change 254 counties, looks himself in the mirror the morning of the debate, and says, I don't know how I feel today about winning, and maybe I should draw this back to just my community because that's my problem. And perhaps there might have been a county commissioner somewhere who was going to conferences and laughing and joking and saying that they can get around policy by using certificates of obligation and using them irresponsibly. That's not the case for most of us. The case for most of us is that we have county judges that we have working relationships with. We have mayors that we trust. We have council members that serve in our districts and we work together. They make the decisions on C of O policy. And I will tell you, I might get mad in San Antonio if they decide to do something, but that's their job. And if I want to change it, I'll run for city council so that my voice can be heard. Chairman Burrows did the admirable thing is he started taking amendments on the floor. He started taking amendments to exempt things like police cars. And I will tell you, the exemptions for roads, the exemptions for streets, the exemptions for IT, technology, major systems upgrades, those are my amendments. I put those amendments on. But then, after looking at the policy in total, I felt it better to just take my county out of this conversation. Chairman Burrows, knowing what he was dealing with, acquiesced to my accommodation and exempted Bexar County. And then when you all saw what was going on, many of you organized as a county delegation, and you said, I'd like to be on that program as well. And Chairman Burrows, again, accommodated and acquiesced. And he built support for this bill one member at a time. Now, I congratulate Representative Serie for actually casting a wider net and drawing something a little bit bigger that brought in a few more folks. But for the rest of us, we see the policy for what it is. And so this bill is not about politics. It's about policy, and it's about process. We sent what was the expression of this House to the Senate. And again, Chairman Burrows said the Senate has taken a position that it is statewide or nothing. And for the life of me, I can't ever phantom a time where we're just going to accept that and not have a meaningful conference. For those of you who are carved out, I don't know if your phone rang, if your senator called you, or if a senator on the conference called you and said just how important this is to Bexar County. We've made a decision in this House. Chairman Burrows did his level best, and I take him at his word. I was not on the conference, but I take him at his word that he advocated for the position of the House. He advocated for the motions to instruct that this body adopted to say that you will defend the position of the House, including all those amendments. And so I regretfully Because it didn't happen, I ask this House to honor the commitment to each other, to ourselves, and not as a rebuke to Chairman Burrows, not as some sign of partisan gotcha. We have 7 pages of items eligible, and I read them, and you've read them too. There's going to be plenty of time today for us to talk about being partisan. It's not on this tax policy. I ask if you do the right thing, you stand with me, you vote this down, we keep the status quo, and if Ways and Means, we should take this up in the interim, and we should study it soup to nuts, and we should see whether or not CFOs is a problem. I can't speak for Chair Meyer, but as a long-term member of the committee, I would not be adverse to that. I would be willing to do that. And we can come back and carve the correct policy. So I ask you please to vote no against the adoption of the CCR, and then let's start again going into the interim of the 7th. Please vote no.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows to close on the report.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I will be very clear. We did study this in the interim. This was part of the Ways and Means report coming out of last session, recommending all non-voter approved debt not be part of the 3.5% calculation. This was studied. I filed that bill coming into here. This is important policy. I regret that some counties who may not want to be in here are included, but I promise you, this is one of the few very pro-taxpayer things that we can do this session. I'm not telling you it's the most significant thing. The bill that I filed originally was very significant. Where we've gotten this to is a compromise in working with many, many members. You do not want to wake up and find that 20-year CO debt has been passed over your taxpayers not getting a chance to vote on it, and it's not even included in the 3.5% calculation. This is good policy. It's good policy for Lubbock, Travis County, all of the counties. I hope you'll help me join with me in adopting this conference committee report.
Mr. Burrows moves the House adopt the conference committee report on HB 1869. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Martinez Bishop voting no, Mr. Burrows voting aye. All members voted. There being 71 ayes and 72 nays, the report fails to adopt. A verification has been requested. A verification has been granted. Members, please take your seats. Members, please take your seats. The clerk will begin verifying members voting nay.
Allen? Yes. Allison? Yes. Anchia? Yes. Beckley? Yes. Bernal? Yes. Bowers? Busey? Yes. Canales? Yes. Cole?
Is Ms. Cole on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike her name.
Collier? Yes. Cortez?
Is Mr. Cortez on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Crockett? Darby? Davis? Dean? Deshotel? Dominguez? Dutton? Fierro? Gervin Hawkins? Gonzalez of Dallas? Gonzalez of El Paso? Goodwin? Guerra? Hernandez, Herrero,
Is Mr. Herrera on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Hinojosa, Howard, Israel, A. Johnson of Harris, Johnson of Dallas, Cassell, King of Parker, King of Uvalde, Kemple, Lambert, Larson,
Is Mr. Larson on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Longoria,
Is Mr. Longoria on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Lopez, Lozano, Lucio,
Is Mr. Lucio on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Martinez, Martinez Fisher, Mesa, Minhas, Moody, Morales of Harris, Morales of Maverick, Morales Shaw, Morrison, Munoz, Niave, Ordaz Perez, Ortega, Perez, Ramos, Rainey, Reynolds, Rodriguez, Romero, Rose, Rosenthal, Sherman, Shine, Swanson, Talarico, Turner of Tarrant, Turner of Dallas, Vo, Wally, Wu, Sweener,
The clerk will begin verifying members who voted aye.
Anderson, Ashby, Bales, Bella Montgomery, Bell of Kaufman, Biederman, Bonin, Buckley, Burns, Burrows, Button, Kane, Capriglione, Kaysen, Clardy, Cook, Craddock, Cyrier, Elsie, Frank, Frullo, Gates, Guerin, Goldman, Guillen, Harless, Harris, Hefner, Holland, Huberty, Hull, Hunter, Jaton, Click. Kraus. Landgraf. Leach. Lamont. Metcalf. Meyer. Middleton. Murphy. Murr. Noble. Oliverson. Patty. Parker. Patterson. Paul. Price. Raymond. Rogers. Sanford. Schaefer. Schofield. Shaheen. Slayton. Slauson. Smith. Smithy. Spiller. Stevenson. Stuckey. Thompson of Brazoria. Thompson of Harris. Tinderholt. Toth. Van Dever. Basut. White. Wilson.
Is Ms. Cole on the floor of the House? Verify Ms. Cole. Is Mitchell Cortez on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Mr. Herrera on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Mr. Larson on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Mr. Longoria on the floor of the House? Strike his name. And Mr. Lucio on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Mr. Guerra. Ms. Campo has informed the chair she voted no. Her machine malfunctioned. Please show her voting no. Ms. Swanson informed the chair that she intended to vote aye. Her machine voted nay. Please show Ms. Swanson voting aye. Ms. Thompson informed the chair that her machine voted aye. She intended to vote nay. Please show Ms. Thompson of Harris voting nay. Mr. Guerra informed the chair his machine showed him voting nay. He intended to vote aye. Please show Mr. Guerra voting aye. Members, the verification reflects 72 ayes, 67 nays. The conference committee report is adopted. Please excuse Mr. Herrera because important business in the district on the motion of Mr. Rodriguez. If objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Moody, Mr. Wally. Members, we're going to the top of page 2. We are going on to motions to discharge committees. Members, we're about to go to the 2 motions to discharge that the chair announced at the beginning of the eligible items calendar. The chair recognizes Mr. Wally for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to discharge the conferees on HB 3973 and concur with Senate amendments.
Mr. Wally moves the House discharge conferees to HB 3973 and concur in the Senate amendments. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wally voting aye.
Put your hand.
All members voted. There being 141 ayes and 0 nays, the House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 3973. Please excuse Mr. Longoria because important business in the district on the motion of Ms. Hernandez. Please excuse Mr. Lucio because important business in the district on the motion of Ms. Hernandez. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Moody for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, well, hold on. I have questions of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to discharge the House conferees on House Bill 686 and concur in Senate amendments.
Mr. Moody moves the House. Mr. Buckley, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
He yields.
Okay. Speaker Moody, there were quite a few changes in this bill, and I just want to clarify that I understand what this bill does now. The version that passed this chamber with a supermajority and great bipartisanship that makes me proud to be a Texan allowed children sent to our adult prisons to receive a second look parole hearing
at a maximum of 20 years or 1/2 of the applicable time provided in the section, whichever is less. I understand the Senate changed this to 30 years but kept the 1/2 language. I interpret that to mean that children would be considered for parole at a maximum of 30 years or 1/2 the time of an adult convicted for the same crime, but it's ambiguous. What was the legislative intent with that language?
Representative Buckley, you are correct. This provision was intended to allow persons subject to this bill to be eligible for parole in half the time of an adult. For example, if an adult was parole eligible after 40 years, then a person subject to this bill would be eligible after 20 years and have the opportunity to present to the Governor's Board of Pardons and Paroles evidence of their rehabilitation. Our intention was to recognize that children are different from adults because of their great capacity for redemption, and this provision allows them an earlier chance to prove they have been redeemed.
Okay. So, Speaker Moody, to clarify, what would the eligibility be without this change?
Current law allows those eligible under this provision, meaning those eligible under Section 2, outlined in D2.1, to come up for parole after 30 years or 1/2 of their sentence. We always intended this to be additional considerations for youthful offenders so that they can benefit from earlier parole hearings than adults. Otherwise, this provision would not change much in the law, and as you know, the entire statute is intended to be effective and not duplicative of existing law.
Okay, excuse me, Speaker Moody, one final question. The parole board, they have the ability to look at someone who comes before them and say, hey, this guy hasn't put in the work, he isn't ready to be paroled, and then set off the next parole board hearing, the hearing off for up to 10 years. Is that correct?
That is correct. The parole board maintains the discretion to set off folks who aren't ready for parole for up to 10 years for those with capital murder and 5 years for everyone else.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker?
Yes, sir. For purpose?
Yeah. I move the remarks between Speaker Moody and myself be reduced to write and placed in the journal for the purpose of legislative intent.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection. The chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. moves to discharge the House conferees on HB 686 and concur in Senate amendments. It's a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. All members voting. There being 134 ayes and 6 nays, the House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 686. Pursuant to House Rule 13, Section 9F, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 2009, suspending the limitations on the conferees for HJR 4. Members, we're back at top of page 2. Mr. Moody. The chair recognizes Mr. Moody.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the conference committee report on Senate Bill 626.
The chair lays out a conference committee report on SB 626 and recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to take just a second on this one. The only difference between what the House and the Senate did was an amendment that Mr. Allison worked on, and I do want to applaud him for fighting vigilantly for a family in his district throughout this whole session that was working on a significant change to the guardianship process. Ultimately, we couldn't come to an agreement on that language, but I know that they have no more passionate advocate than Mr. Allison, and I know that while we didn't fix it here, that conversation is going to continue, and he has my commitment to continuing that conversation and trying to work through the issues that were raised by some of the stakeholders in this process. With that, I move adoption.
Mr. Moody moves the House adopt the conference committee report on SB 626. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 139 ayes and 1 nay, the conference committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes Mrs. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, as a member, I'll call up conference committee report to Senate Bill 1831.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on SB 1831 and recognizes Ms. Thompson to explain the report.
Mr. Speaker, members, you may recall that this is the no trafficking zone bill that increases penalties for human trafficking that takes place within 1,000 feet of a primary school, secondary school, or where an official school function is taking place. The House added an amendment that conflicted with the human trafficking sign requirement in Senate Bill 1831 and House Bill 390. The conflicting language from that amendment was removed in conference. I move that the House adopt the conference committee report.
Ms. Thompson moves the House adopt the conference committee report for SB 1831. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There have been 140 ayes and 0 nays. The conference committee report is adopted. Members, the outside the bounds resolution for House Bill 1281 is not eligible yet, so we will move on to SB 49. Mr. Murr. The chair recognizes Mr. Murr.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the conference committee report for SB 49.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on SB 49 and recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The changes to this bill are agreed to by all involved parties and include removing an amendment that related to committing individuals found not guilty by reason of insanity for violent offenses into outpatient services. It also has the removal of sections 4, 5, and 6 from the House version relating to probable cause, acceptance of a plea of guilty or no contest, and time credits for defendants with mental illness, intellectual or developmental disability, or lack of capacity. Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report on SB 49.
Mr. Murr moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on SB 49. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There have been 142 ayes and 0 nays. The conference committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to call up the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1438.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on SB 1438 and recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1438 is a bill that restructures the property tax disaster exception added last session by SB 2 and clarifies that these exceptions only apply to disasters causing physical property damage. Conference committee report for SB 1438 makes one change to language added by Representative Murphy's amendment to simplify taxing units post-disaster tax rate calculation. Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report on SB 1438.
Mr. Meyer moves the House adopt the conference committee report on SB 1438. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Canales voting aye. All members voting. There being 127 ayes and 15 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Canales.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the conference committee report on SB 2124.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on SB 2124 and recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the conference committee has agreed to language that would simply return the bill back to its original file text. The Mijares amendment was stripped. The amendment added a co-payment limits for those seeking physical therapy. Representative Mijares has signed off on that change. Members, this bill passed off the floor unanimously, and I would appreciate your favorable consideration. I move adoption.
Mr. Canales moves the House adopt the conference committee report on SB 2124. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Versuit voting aye. All members voting. There have been 141 ayes and 0 nays. The conference committee report is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is not eligible until 3:10, so the House will stand at ease until then. Mr. Martinez Fisher. The House will come to order. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HCR 29, HB 2835, HB 2807, HB 2803, HB 2706, HB 2681, HB 2667, HB 2633, HB 2610, HB 2595, HB 2535, HB 2521, HB 2448, HB 2382, HB 2365, HB 2357, HB 2287, HB 2283, HB 2256, HB 2237, HB 2235, HB 2211, HB 2219, HB 2205, HB 2201, HB 2168, HB 2116, HB 2073, HB 2063, HB 2025, HB 1966, HB 1925, HB 1919, HB 1863, HB 1849, HB 1698, HB 1664, HB 1659, HB 1558, HB 1535, HB 1505, HB 1480, HB 1410, HB 1315, HB 1301, HB 1252, HB 1154, HB 1027, HB 757, HB 721, HB 133, HB 79, HB 5.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ashby, for what purpose?
Could I request that all the comments from earlier today on SB 1588 be reduced to writing and printed in the journal, please?
Members, you heard the motion. The objection. Chair hears none, so ordered.
You like that? Huh? $2, baby.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
I met the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has concurred in the House amendments to the following measures. SB 9.
Thank you, sir. The chair recognizes Mr. Huberty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 204.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on SB 204 and recognizes Mr. Huberty to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 204 is a bill that seeks to make it easier for the students to attend schools in the district of their choice by allowing them access to bus transportation. If we passed it out of the House, we required that a district must have a C or higher overall performance rating for this. The CCR takes into account the 21 and 22 school year rating adjustments, specifically the possibility of a district with rating of not rated due to COVID. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm happy to yield for questions if necessary.
Mr. King, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield? Gentleman yield.
I yield.
Thank you. Thank you. Representative Huberty, just so everybody's clear, the amendment you put on this bill when it passed off the House floor is still intact?
That's correct.
And I know I'm paraphrasing some, but does your amendment continue the practice that TA was using during the waiver system?
That is correct.
So we are not going to be cherry picking kids.
That's correct.
We're not going to allow districts to go in and poach kids from other districts to improve their rating while making the district they took from rating go down.
That is correct. In fact, on page 1, section A, it's very specific about they have to have an active policy adopted by the board that prohibits screening of transfer students who reside outside the district based on their academic performance, disciplinary history, or attendance record regardless of relevant district or innovation plan. That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. King, for what purpose?
I move that the conversation between Representative Huberty and myself on this bill be placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion as objection. Chair hears none, so ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption.
Mr. Huby moves the House adopt the conference committee report to SB 204. This is a record vote. The clerk to ring the bell. Show Ms. Hinojosa voting aye. Show Mr. Schofield voting aye. Mr. Wally voting aye. Show Mr. Parker voting aye. All members voting. There have been 138 ayes and 4 nays. The conference committee report is adopted. Members, the next bill is not eligible until 3:50 p.m. today. If there's not objection, the chair plans to take up HB 4124. Hearing no objection, the chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa.
I call up Conference Committee report for House Bill 4124.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on HB 4124 and recognizes Ms. Hinojosa to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate had added non-germane amendments to this bill. What we did in conference was remove those amendments, so the final version of the bill is the same that this House passed on the local calendar, and I move the House adopt the conference committee report for House Bill 4124.
Ms. Hinojosa moves the House adopt the conference committee report for HB 4124. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 110 ayes and 33 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Members, their objection to taking up the next 2 bills early. Going to page 3, top of the page. Members, the next bill is not eligible until 4:50 p.m. today. If there's not objection, the chair plans to take up SB 1267. Hearing no objection, the chair recognizes Mr. Lozano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up the conference committee report on SB 1267.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on SB 1267 and recognizes Mr. Lozano to explain the report.
Mr. Speaker, members, the conference committee report on SB 1267 removed a floor amendment that I had that restored 25% of the education funding for counselors. 25% of the time spent on continuing education for counselors. It also removed another good amendment that would have prevented the restraints or sprays to be used on children under 10. But it did restore cybersecurity training, and it did keep Rep. Gonzalez's amendment restoring new employee orientation for maltreatment and trauma-informed care. So overall, members, this continues to be a very good bill that will simplify continuing education training for our teachers, and I move adoption.
Mr. Lozano moves the House adopt the conference committee report on SB 1267. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. So Mr. Leach voting aye. Mr. Parker voting aye. All members voting. There have been 138 ayes and 5 nays. The conference committee report is adopted. Members, the next 2 bills are not eligible until 5 p.m. today. The chair plans to take up those 2 bills unless there is objection. Hearing none, the chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, my call up the conference committee report on Senate Bill 766.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on SB 766 and recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in the House, we added an amendment, basically a one-word amendment relating to compulsion. And in the conference committee, we had to remove that amendment. There were some concerns that it created some ambiguity. And so we're very confident in the bill that's in front of you now. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 766.
Mr. Leach moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on SB 766. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Mr. Biederman voting aye. All members voting. There are 142 ayes and 0 nays. The conference committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Kraus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the conference committee report on House Bill 1758.
Mr. Kraus, the chair lays out the conference committee report on HB 1758 and recognizes Mr. Kraus to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you'll remember, when we went to conference, we said the Senate had added 2 amendments. One was okay. One kind of defeated the purpose of what we were doing. The Senate, thanks to Senator Birdwell and others, worked with us to get that second amendment off. So it's pretty much the exact way that it left this House. And so it's good changes, and I will move adoption.
Mr. Dominguez, for what purpose?
Can I ask questions of the author, please?
The gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative. I'd just like the body to be aware of the changes that have taken place and the way the bill is currently before us. Is it my understanding that this bill does not advocate the use of a drone for deadly force, but rather for physical force?
That's right. Right now, we've got no kind of restrictions, no parameters, no structural restraints on how we can use these unmanned vehicles, drones, and other things. So the original bill said you can't have any kind of weaponized drones at all. We worked with others and some stakeholders who were a little concerned. We said, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to ask each law enforcement department who wants to use drones for certain things to submit that policy and how they're going to use drones or other unmanned vehicles in the use of their in the use of their duties. And so this gives us a parameter now, a framework on how those drones are going to be used, and again, other unmanned vehicles. And so I think it actually puts some parameters in place now where before we had none.
Now, what type of person can operate this drone for these methods?
Yeah, this is just for law enforcement officials. It's not private. This is just for those law enforcement officials in that department according to the policy that they've submitted to TCOL, which Representative Tinderholt helped us come up with that language to ensure that they were doing it in the proper manner.
So whoever the pilot is, or the operator of this drone, they are already a peace officer working for that department?
That's correct. Not only are they a peace officer, but they're operating under an agreement that's already there.
And just so that we're clear on the legislative intent, if a law enforcement agency does not have a drone, do they need to have a policy in place?
They don't, and that's the amendment that the Senate offered that we kept on.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Israel,
Will the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
The gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Kraus. A number of us have had some questions and concerns arose as this bill has been moving around like a drone. And I wanted to get some clarity. Law enforcement right now can use a drone, correct?
Correct.
Can they use a drone for surveillance and for weaponization?
To my knowledge, absolutely.
So it's permissive. Is it permissive because there's no law saying you can't do it?
Right now, there's really no parameters, no structures on anything in this regard in terms of law enforcement agencies and what they can do.
And again, that's for surveillance or weaponizing a drone.
Correct.
And in regards to the parameters that you were talking about, could you talk a little bit more about, because the language did make sense to me, but some concerns were raised, so I appreciate it if you would just talk more about the parameters statewide, regardless of city, county, urban, rural, right?
Yeah, at every law enforcement agency in Texas, if they want to use drones, they don't have to, as Representative Dominguez said, if they don't want to use it, they don't have to promulgate a policy. But if you do want to use drones in the course of how you're doing things, you will have to come up with a policy of when you can use it, how you can use it, and the best method to use it.
what kind of parameters, I think I like that you're giving local control, but every, Corsicana is going to be different than Corpus Christi and Austin. And we've seen these drones used in negative ways, depending on your political perspective. So what kind of parameters do you think would be awarded once we pass this bill?
Well, and honestly, I don't think it's this is a partisan issue. I know you and I are on different sides of the political aisle, but I think we both have some concerns that these drones could be used without proper frameworks to infringe on the civil liberties of the citizens of Texas. And so we don't want to dictate, we don't want to micromanage. Again, Representative Tinderholt did a great job of helping us see from a law enforcement perspective. They needed that flexibility and leeway because, as you said, somebody in Corsicana is going to have a much different policy than probably somebody in Houston or Dallas or other places. So we wanted to give the law enforcement agencies the leeway that they needed and the flexibility they needed to come up with a policy that worked for them, or not at all in some other places. We didn't want to micromanage, but we wanted to make sure there were some parameters that were promulgated publicly so that the citizens within that jurisdiction could know how these unmanned aircraft or unmanned drones are being used.
Okay, well, my colleagues have some more questions, but thank you for your time.
Okay. Move adoption.
Right.
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, absolutely.
Representative Krause, so this was not on my radar the first time it came through the House, and
Is that a
I've
pun?
been for.
Radar?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I have concerns now. So the way I read this bill authorizes deadly force to be used by a drone by law enforcement. Is that correct?
I would say not really. I'd say that's a little bit of a misleading premise. Right now, law enforcement agencies can use deadly force with these drones and unmanned vehicles. What the bill set out...
Is that somewhere in statute that authorizes the use of deadly force by drone by law enforcement?
It's not really there, and it's not really not there. That's why I filed the bill, because there was kind of an ambiguity. There was nothing saying they couldn't do that. That was one of my concerns, is the ability to weaponize these drones without any kind of procedural safeguards, without any kind of protections, just for the civil liberties of Texans. I thought we needed to have some parameters around it. So initially the bill came out, and the initial bill we filed said that you could not weaponize a drone. Through stakeholder meetings and various things to get a policy in place, we wanted to, it was kind of, maybe that's too far this session. And so this session, what we wanted to do is at least have every law enforcement agency promulgate the strategy and procedure they were going to use if they were going to use a drone in that way. So now we know somebody will have to affirmatively put in that procedure that they're going to weaponize these drones for a specific purpose, giving notice to the citizens in that jurisdiction. I think either an outcry or coming back next session will help us reform that even more.
The original bill as filed had nothing to do with law enforcement. In fact, the caption's been changed from the original bill that's filed. Is that correct?
No, the original bill had to do with law enforcement and the private sector as well. There were both of those, but in narrowing and focusing the bill through negotiation, stakeholder meetings, and others, we then took out the private actor part of the bill, solely focusing on the law enforcement agency part of the bill, and then the Senate then kind of, did their negotiations as well. We got it back today where it's pretty much exactly like it left the House, except to say that if you don't want to use a drone, then you don't have to promulgate a policy.
And so to be clear, right now there's nothing in statute that says law enforcement may use a drone for deadly force. We're putting that in the statute to now give the statutory authorization for that with the parameters that you're putting in the bill.
Yeah, but I would also say there's nothing in statute right now that says they may not use force. They may not use a weaponized drone. So at least this way, they have to promulgate a policy that's open and out there to the public. And I think if we come back and see in the next several months that a lot of these law enforcement agencies are trying to weaponize these drones in the use of in the course of their duties, I think that's when we can continue to take more steps to not allow that.
But wouldn't you agree that with the absence of statutory authorization for this, there are law enforcement agencies that are hesitant to use drones for deadly force?
Well, and I think before this law, there were other law enforcement agencies that were perfectly fine using that deadly force with the drones. At least now we're making them promulgate a policy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's time has expired.
No. Move adoption.
Mr. Kraus moves the House adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 1758. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There have been 103 ayes and 40 nays. The Conference Committee report is adopted. Pursuant to House Rule 13, Section 9F, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 2084, suspending the limitation on the conferees for SB 1281. Pursuant to Rule House 13, Section 9F, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 2085, suspending the limitation on the conferees for SB 3.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the has taken the following actions. The Senate has concurred.
Thank you, sir. Members, the next bill is not eligible until 5:10 p.m. There is objection.
Members, the next bill on the calendar is not eligible until 5:10 p.m. Is there any objection to taking the bill up now? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Kraus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1123.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1123 and recognizes Representative Kraus to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We just took off one of the parts of the bill. It's just now the Family First License Plate Bill, and I move adoption.
Representative Kraus moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1123. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 134 ayes and 2 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is not eligible till 5:20 p.m. There is objection to bringing up Senate Bill 155 at this time. Members, the next two bills on the calendar are not eligible till 5:20 p.m. Is there any objection to hearing them now? The chair recognizes Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to call up Conference Committee report for House Bill 671.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on House Bill 671 and recognizes Representative Martinez to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate had added a non-germane amendment, and we were able to remove it. So at this time, I move adoption of the Conference Committee report.
Representative Martinez moves the House adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 671. That's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 109 ayes and 33 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 2462, has an outside the bounds resolution and is not eligible until 4:37 p.m., so we will not be taking it up at this time. Members, the next two bills are not eligible until 5:30 p.m. Is there any objection to hearing those bills at this time? The chair recognizes Representative Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 696.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 696 and recognizes Representative Guillen to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill provides for the construction and operation of a PRCA rodeo arena and livestock show barn in Atascosa County. In conference, we took out and changed a couple of the House amendments that included other cities and counties that stakeholders from the tourism industry and senators had concerns about. Members, I move to adopt the changes made in the Conference Committee report.
Representative Guillen moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 696. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Show Representative Turner of Dallas voting aye. Have all voted? Being 83 ayes and 57 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Turner of Dallas.
I call up Conference Committee report on House Bill 2315.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2315 and recognizes Representative Turner of Dallas to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the street racing bill that we passed in this House some weeks ago, and I am happy to report that in the Conference Committee we've been able to return it to the exact form that it was when this House passed it by a large margin some weeks ago. And with that, I move adoption of the Conference Committee report.
Representative Turner moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2315. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Turner of Dallas voting aye. Have all voted? There being 103 ayes and 40 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Is Representative Wally on the floor of the House? Members, the next bill is not eligible until 5:50 p.m. Is there any objection to hearing the bill now? The chair recognizes Representative Wally.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up the Conference Committee report to HB 1493.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1493 and recognize Representative Wally to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Representative Barrero's bill, and so this bill provided governmental units with a remedy against business entities whose name falsely implies governmental affiliation. The Senate added an additional administrative remedy. The Conference Committee added clarity to the steps in the Secretary of State will take when determining whether an entity is falsely implying governmental name affiliation. And Mr. Herrero would like to move adoption of the Conference Committee report on HB 1493.
Representative Wally moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1493. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Show Representative Wally voting aye. Have all voted? There being 134 ayes and 8 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, we're moving to the top of page 4. The next bill is not eligible until 5:50 p.m. Is there any objection to hearing it at this time? Chair recognizes Representative Dominguez.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call up the Conference Committee report on SB 1315.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1315 and recognizes Representative Dominguez to explain the report.
Members, what this report would show that the Conference Committee decided to remove an amendment that was added on in the House and revert it back to the Senate original version. Move adoption.
Representative Dominguez moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1315. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. To Representative Dominguez voting aye. Have all voted? There being 106 ayes and 33 nays, this Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, the next bill is not eligible until 5:50 p.m. Is there any objection to hearing House Bill 1929 at this time? Not. The chair recognizes Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up Conference Committee report, House Bill 1929.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1929 and recognizes Representative Wilson to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, all this does is remove the Senate amendments and reverts it back to the original bill. And with that, I move adoption of the Conference Committee report.
Representative Wilson moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1929. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Show Mr. Jatan voting aye. Have all voted? 110 ayes and 33 nays. The conference committee report is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is not eligible until 5:50 p.m. Is there any objection to hearing House Bill 3578 at this time? Chair recognizes Representative Guerra.
Mr. Speaker, I call up Conference Committee report on HB 3578.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on House Bill 3578 and recognizes Representative Guerra to explain the report.
Mr. Speaker, members, I've stripped the 24-page Senate amendments from the bill and preserved the 13-line bill, which is what you see here today. And this House bill is its original form. This bill is a comptroller cleanup bill that simply allows tobacco vendors to pay their permits using a credit card. Thank you, members. I move adoption.
Representative Guerra moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 3578. Members of the record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 143 ayes and 0 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Members, the next bill is not eligible until 6:10 p.m. Is there any objection to hearing it at this time? The chair recognizes Representative Patty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 2154.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 2154 and recognizes Representative Patty to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that takes the PUC Commission from 3 members to 5 members. There were some amendments that we had on the House side. We were able to tweak one of those and keep it in. 2 others were removed. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the Conference Committee report.
Representative Darby, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Be happy to.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Patty, thanks for all your work with regard to the energy crisis we've had in the PUC, and I filed a bill that certainly increased the number of PUC commissioners from 3 to 5, so I support the idea, but, you know, with regard to the amendment that passed this House 128 to 13, requiring a rural member under 150,000, would you be interested to know that there are 224 counties in this state with populations under 150,000?
I'll take your word for that. I'm not sure, but that sounds right.
And did you recall that Representative Rodriguez had a motion to instruct with regard to that amendment?
I believe it was in regard to all the amendments.
Correct. And would you please tell the body what exactly happened to that amendment?
Sure, Mr. Darby. Obviously, as always, when we begin to negotiate with our friends on the other side, it certainly is always my intent going in to try to express the will of this body, and I did have that conversation. I think part of the challenge became is I think there was some concern that I think the amendment as it was written said you had to be a registered voter in 150,000 or less county. And these are people that were asking to take a full-time position living in Austin. And I remember you going through and listing a lot of the folks, and they had Austin addresses.
Correct.
Well, part of that, what I would tell you though, and actually interesting enough, the two commissioners we have today are both from rural Texas. They grew up, one in Smith County and one, I believe the other one maybe in Colorado City. So they were born and raised and grew up, but now live in Austin as a part of their career. And so I guess we would be asking for someone to accept a full-time position as a PUC commissioner, but to maintain a residence, I guess, and voter registration in a town, in a county less than 150,000. And so I think that became a concern about, again, how we might restrict the pool of applicants, and then what we would actually require those folks, I guess, to continue to stay registered in the rural county that they came from.
Would you not agree that the PUC has other jurisdictions other than electricity, telecommunications, certainly water?
Certainly.
Do you not see the value in having a rural member that would advocate on behalf of those rural resources with regard to this state?
Yeah, certainly, and as you know, Mr. Darby, I represent 6 rural counties, and so I certainly have a full appreciation for that. And you know, again, I think in the 2 examples we have today, when we got 2 gentlemen that grew up in rural Texas, I'm pretty sure they share a lot of those same values that you and I would think would be very important in that position. And so I don't, the fact that they now live in Austin, I don't think should disqualify them from that.
Explain to me the purpose in having an increased number of PUC commissioners if they're all come from Austin, 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 Austin. What's the purpose in having more out of the same pot?
Well, I guess
if we don't increase the diversification.
I guess I don't necessarily agree that they're all necessarily from Austin. They may live in Austin, that is their residence now, but they're from other places. And in the case that we have today, they're from rural Texas.
So did the conference committee actually meet as a committee, or did just you and Senator Schwartner talk about this?
Yeah. Well, obviously we talked with our conferees. Senator Schwartner and I visited the most about it, which is generally the case in a lot of cases, and talked through a lot of these. And of course, he had to run it by his members and his presiding officer, I'm sure, as well. But sure, he and I talked, but others were aware.
So your representation before the body is that you fought for this amendment and lost?
I did.
Did you lose the arm wrestle with Senator Schwartner?
We didn't arm wrestle.
Okay.
Right.
Representative Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I'd be happy to
The
yield.
gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Patty. Along the lines of the rural representative, there was a similar amendment to appoint a consumer representative. And before you answer your question, I just wanted to know if you were aware that one of the largest functions in the Office of the Attorney General is to have a consumer protection division made up of lawyers and professional staff to be the voice of consumers on behalf of the state. You're aware of that?
I am aware of that.
And I think that alone, I mean, I think there's, a number of other, PUC employees and OPUC employees and Office of, Public Insurance Counsel. There's a lot of consumer advocates working today that would have fit the description of the definition. Just sort of curious why that amendment didn't stay on and what was the rationale?
Sure. I think part of the concern, and certainly you just described some other things that kind of speak to consumer protections. We also do have OPUC that you're familiar with as well, and which, by the way, is also engaged in, you'll see a little bit later today when we bring up the ERCOT board reorg, that OPUC is in fact a member there as well. So they have a seat at the table in representing consumers at ERCOT, but that's for a little bit later discussion. But I think there was this concern about, currently no other PUC commissioner represents a specific segment of industry or any other entity. And so to kind of go down that slippery slope, do we then start talking about having someone represent other segments if we specifically define one like that?
No, I follow you. I think when I examined the appointees to the Public Utility Commission, this time I found that there seemed to be a lot of commonality with regard to the fact that they all at some point had worked for the governor. And while no particular industry was represented, I did notice that most of them had been senior staff members of the governor. And so do you know whether or not the governor has consumer advocates on his staff that...
I'm not advised, Mr. Martinez-Fisher, and I would say that, it's certainly my hope, and I think it's the hope of the body, in expanding this commission from 3 to 5, that it will lead to more diversity on the board, because obviously you have those two other spots on there as well. I would also mention, kind of switching gears on you, you had another amendment dealt with lobbying, and what we did is we tweaked that a little bit, and let me tell you why we did that. We changed it. You had a 2-year. We changed it to a 1-year ban on lobbying before the PUC, which reflects the current restrictions we have in place for agency staff when they leave the agency. And so we made those things align as far as how we're going to structure that. So they wouldn't be prohibited from lobbying for a year if they left the commission on issues before.
Okay, and then with regard to the 1 year, that was had more to do with the fact that was sort of the standard in other applications. Is that what you're saying?
Sure. It made it consistent with what we already require of staff.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption.
Representative Patty moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2154. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 109 ayes and 26 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Members, Senate Bill 14 is not eligible until 6:10 p.m. today. There is objection to hearing it early. Mr. Meyer. Members, the next bill on the calendar is not eligible until 7:20 p.m. Is there any objection to hearing it at this time? The chair recognizes Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to call up the conference committee report on Senate Bill 794.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on Senate Bill 794 and recognizes Representative Meyer to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 794 clarifies that veterans who have been awarded 100% disability qualify for a property tax exemption. The conference committee report removes a floor amendment that was added to the bill that had to do with the local governments qualify for the Disabled Veterans Local Government Assistance Fund. Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report on SB 794.
Representative Meyer moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 794. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 138 ayes and 1 nay, the conference committee report is adopted.
Mr. Moody? Mr. Doorkeeper?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a
Doorkeeper.
message here from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has adopted the following conference committee reports.
Thank you very much. Members, the next bill on the calendar is not eligible until 7:30 p.m. Is there any objection to taking it up at this time? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the THC penalty reduction bill, the first of its kind in 46 years. And we have all, yes, oh, I need to call it up.
That's correct.
Oh, I was going to say so. Okay, there we go.
Chair. The chair recognizes Representative Moody. Let's try this again, members.
That's what I needed to help my day along. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I call up with conference committee report on HB 2593.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on House Bill 2593 and recognizes Representative Moody now to explain the report.
As I was saying, there was an amendment placed in the Senate regarding Delta 8 by Senator Perry. The conference committee report removes that provision. All House conferees have signed the conference committee report. All Senate conferees, including Senator Perry, have signed the Senate conference committee report. So I look forward to this one getting to the governor's desk. And I appreciate your work on this, your time, your energy and attention. And I move to adopt the conference committee report to House Bill 2593.
Representative Moody moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2593. Members, this is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 95 ayes and 44 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is not eligible until 7:50 p.m. Is there any objection to hearing it at this time? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Theory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up the conference committee report on SB 248.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on Senate Bill 248 and recognizes Representative Theory to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the conference committee report before you today is essentially the Senate bill as it came to the House. The House amendment would have ensured that alternative nicotine products would be included in Chapter 155 of the tax code, but that provision was removed. The bill establishes a new regulatory regime for retailers throughout the state who sell e-cigarettes and vapor products. It establishes an e-cigarette retailer's permit and says that a person may not engage in Texas as an e-cigarette retailer unless they have purchased a permit from the comptroller. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Representative Israel, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the lady yield for one question?
Does the gentlelady yield for one question?
Absolutely.
The gentlelady yields.
Rep. Theory, thanks for all your work on the bill. I wanted to ask, what was the the final tax that you agreed upon between the House and the Senate?
This bill, Representative Israel, it's not the same bill that we had before for the
Different
tax.
bill, different language. Okay.
Yeah, this bill has to do with regulatory provisions for e-cigarette and vapor
Thank
products.
you so much.
It's not the tax.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Representative Theory moves that the House adopt the conference committee report to Senate Bill 248. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Show Representative Burrows voting aye. Show Representative Schaefer voting aye. Show Representative Leach voting aye. Have all voted? There being 81 ayes and 62 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Members, the next bill, Senate Bill 1776, is not eligible until 8 p.m. However, there is an objection to hearing it at this time. Mr. Huberty? Members, we are going back to page 1, House Bill 900. The chair recognizes Representative Huberty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on HB 900.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on House Bill 900 and recognizes Representative Huberty to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 900 provides liability protection for landlords should a tenant belongings be damaged after removal from the property. An amendment was added to the Senate that was not germane to this particular this legislation. Therefore, we removed it, and this is the original bill that we passed unanimously out of the House. I move adoption.
Representative Huberty moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 900. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Harris voting aye. Have all voted. So Representative Wilson voting aye. Have all voted. There being 134 ayes and 7 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, we are now going to the top of page 2, House Bill 1281, which has an outside the bounds resolution. The chair lays out the following privileged resolution. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1969 by Wilson, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, HB 1281.
The chair recognizes Representative Wilson to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Resolution 1969 is an outside the bounds resolution for the conference committee report as it pertains to House Bill 1281. And essentially what it did is basically added language that gives counties along the Gulf Coast the ability to allow the operation of golf carts without license plates only in unincorporated areas in the county. It is permissive and not mandatory. Move adoption of House Resolution 1969.
The question occurs on the adoption of H.R. 1969. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Wilson voting aye. Have all voted. There being 135 ayes and 2 nays, H.R. 1969 is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report for House Bill 1281.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1281 and recognizes Representative Wilson to explain the report.
Yes, again, Mr. Speaker, the original version of the bill authorized the operation of a golf cart in a master plan community without a golf cart license plate under certain conditions. Essentially, this outside the bounds amendment basically is another bill that this House passed 145 to 1. It adds that back in there, basically enabling legislation to Commissioner's Court in certain counties to authorize or regulate golf cart. And with that, I move passage.
Representative Wilson moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1281. That's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Representative Wilson voting aye. Have all voted. There being 143 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 12, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, we are going to the bottom of page 2, Senate Bill 23. The chair recognizes Representative Alverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 23.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 23 and recognizes Dr. Alverson to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Conference Committee resulted in one small change, which was the removal of the amendment that we put on regarding civil asset forfeiture. Otherwise, they kept all of the changes that we made in the House intact. Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 23.
Dr. Alverson moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 23. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Alverson voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 112 ayes and 26 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, we're going to the middle of page 3, House Bill 2462. The chair lays out the following privileged resolution. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2005 by Niave, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, HB 2462.
The chair recognizes Representative Niave to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this resolution allows us to add text from House Bill 2555, which was one of the sex assault bills that we passed unanimously.
The question occurs on the adoption of House Resolution 2005. This is a record vote by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 138 ayes and 0 nays, the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Niave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2462.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2462 and recognizes Representative Niave to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This House Bill 2462 dealt with the forensic medical exams and included some of the recommendations from the Governor's Sexual Assault Task Force. The bill that we're adding on is House Bill 2555, which we included another set of recommendations. It passed the House unanimously. It passed the Senate unanimously. The Senate Criminal Justice Committee unanimously, but it died after the deadline over there, so that's why we're adding it on over here. This includes work of numerous individuals over various years. I thank everybody for your support, and I move adoption.
Representative Niave moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2462. That's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted?
There being 140 ayes and 0 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Pursuant to House Rule 13, Section 9F, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 2086, suspending the limitations on the conferees for House Bill 4305. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has adopted the following conference committee.
Thank you.
Your boss was talking.
Members, we're at the bottom of page 4, Senate Bill 15. The chair lays out the following privileged resolution. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1997 by King of Parker, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, SB 15.
The chair recognizes Representative King of Parker to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we had to go a little bit outside the bounds to get some clarifying language into the conference committee report. Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of H.R. 1997. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. For Representative Dustin Tell voting aye. Have all voted? For Representative King of Parker voting aye. There being 140 ayes and 0 nays, the motion is adopted. Members, the next bill is not eligible until 8:20 p.m. Is there any objection to hearing it at this time? Not. The chair recognizes Representative King of Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up conference committee report on SB 15.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on SB 15 and recognizes Representative King of Parker to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, first want to thank the conferees, Mr. Canales, Perez, Rogers, and Ed Thompson, Ms. Perez. Really, the bill is very similar to when it left the House. It simply has some clarifying language I'm happy to discuss. Otherwise, just want to thank everybody for this bill that really protects private information of you, your family, and your constituents, and would move adoption of the report.
Representative King of Parker moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 15. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 140 ayes and 0 nays, the conference committee report is adopted.
Representative Collier. Members, we're going top of page 5. On Senate Bill 1164, members, this bill is not eligible until 9 p.m. Is there any objection to taking it up at this time? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Collier.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1164.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1164 and recognizes Representative Collier to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill has a definition for sexual assault for those who are in the athletic training position, and then those who are for caregivers. And so that's the only difference from the one that left out. We had the definition of those who are intoxicated. That was removed. And then also when the consent was withdrawn, that part was removed. And so now the bill deals with athletic training and those who are caregivers who take advantage of those they are caring for. And with that, I move adoption for Senate Bill 1164.
Representative Collier moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1164. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 137 ayes and 0 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Mr. Meyer. Mr. Meyer. Members, the next bill is not eligible until 9 p.m. Is there any objection to taking it up at this time? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on SB 22.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 22 and recognizes Representative Patterson to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a big win not only for our public safety officials, but also for the Texas House. SB 22 came over. We completely subbed out the language with language that was adopted by this Texas House. They made a few minor changes, the biggest of which is that if the public safety official passed away from COVID-19 before having a test done, that would not limit their ability to receive benefits. And with that, I'm very proudly move adoption.
Representative Patterson moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 22. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Representative Patterson voting aye. Representative Collier voting aye. Have all voted? There being 139 ayes and 3 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, the next bill is not eligible until 9:20 p.m. Is there any objection to hearing it at this time? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Dean. You're on. Nope, you're not on. Try it again.
I can talk real loud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report for SB 2038.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 2038 and recognizes Representative Dean to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 2038 protects Texans from being charged unconscionable price for health care during a declared disaster. Senate wanted to make sure we protected patients who receive services entirely in their car and never even enter the freestanding facility move passage.
Representative Dean moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 2038. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 127 ayes and 14 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. It's Mr. Moody on the floor of the House. Members, the next bill is not eligible until 9:30 p.m. Is there any objection to hearing at this time? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Kraus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1704.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1704 and recognizes Representative Kraus to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Representative Moody's bill to rename a stretch of highway in El Paso the Korean War Veterans Memorial Highway, and I move adoption.
Representative Kraus moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1704. Members, this is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 140 ayes and 0 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. The chair lays out the following privileged resolution. The clerk. Members, the next bill on the calendar is not eligible until 10:10 p.m. today. It has an outside the bounds resolution. Is there any objection to hearing it at this time? The chair lays out the following privileged resolution. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2014 by Serie A, suspending limitations on Conference Committee jurisdiction, SB 713.
The chair recognizes Representative Serie to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Resolution 2014 is the out-of-bounds resolution for the sunset scheduling bill. Members, there is no safety net. This resolution represents the extension of agencies that have not been completed this session. It includes the Texas Commission of Law Enforcement, the Racing Commission, and Atomical Board, and TDLR, which we will be back here later today on TDLR. I move adoption of this resolution.
The question occurs on the adoption of House Resolution 2014. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 139 ayes and 1 nay, the resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Serie.
Mr. Speaker, I call up Conference Committee report on SB 713.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 713 and recognizes Representative Serie to explain the report.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a sunset scheduling bill for this session. This bill still moves the PUC and ERCOT, as well as San Jacinto River Authority, up for this upcoming cycle. We were unable to preserve the across-the-board recommendations in Chapter 325, and we added the safety net provisions just discussed in the resolution. Members, this is the scheduling bill, and now safety net bill puts Sunset in a position to continue to review agencies for the next few cycles. I move passage.
Representative Serie moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 713. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 133 ayes and 7 nays, the committee report is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is not eligible until 10:20 p.m.
There is an out-of-the-bounds resolution. Is there any objection to hearing it this time? The chair lays out the following privileged resolution. The clerk will read the resolution.
HR 2027 by Frank, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, HB 3720.
The chair recognizes Representative Frank to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Resolution 2027 details a couple of changes made by the Conference Committee for House Bill 3720. Specifically, it adds House Bill 3240, or the components of it, which deals with Long-Term Care Facilities Council and Long-Term Care Facilities penalties. That bill passed out of this House unanimously, but unfortunately didn't make it through the local and consent carnage in the Senate. Additionally, after the bill had passed out of both chambers, HHSC brought concerns about a couple of provisions that would make the bill difficult to implement. So for both of those reasons, I am asking that we adopt HR 2027 and suspend limitations. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of House Resolution 2027. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Shall Representative Click voting aye? Have all voted? There being 140 ayes and 1 nay, the resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Frank.
Thank you. Members, as a reminder, House Bill 3720 incorporates strategies identified in a rider. Sorry about that.
The chair recognizes Representative Frank.
I call up the Conference Committee report to House Bill 3720.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3720 and recognizes Representative Frank to explain the report.
Thank you very much. As a reminder, members, House Bill 3720 incorporates strategies identified in a rider report that Dr. Gonzalez championed last session to improve the management of interest lists for Texans with physical and intellectual and developmental disabilities. The Senate removed provisions asking HHSC to develop an online portal, change the eligibility, and added an amendment that only requires the agency to implement it if we appropriate monies specifically. The committee resolution keeps the Senate changes, but it does add HB 3240 and addresses HHSC concerns. I move adoption.
Representative Frank moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3720. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 140 ayes and 1 nay, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is not eligible until 10:40 p.m. It does have an out-of-the-bounds resolution. Is there any objection here at this time? The chair lays out the following privileged resolution. The clerk will read the resolution.
HR 2084 by King of Parker, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, SB 1281.
The chair recognizes Representative Parker to explain the resolution. King of Parker. Did I just do Parker of King? King of Parker to explain the resolution. Bobby.
All right. Okay. Members, I'm just honored to represent Representative Parker up here today. In explaining the resolution, we did go outside the bounds a bit. And essentially, and first I want to thank the conferees who worked till 9 o'clock last night. Aaron Zwiener, Donna Howard, Drew Darby, and Sam Harless. We worked really hard to get this pounded out. The objective is to make sure that we're able to build transmission lines where they're needed to deal with congestion and serve customers in the cheapest and most expeditious manner possible. I'll be happy to go into the details, but essentially it will accomplish both those objectives. And I'll move adoption, or would ask you to accept the motion outside the bounds.
The question occurs on the adoption of House Resolution 2084. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 141 ayes and 1 nay, the resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative King of Parker.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker, I call up the conference committee report on SB 1281.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1281 and recognizes Representative King of Parker to explain the report.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Zwiener, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple
questions? The gentleman will yield.
Thank you so much, Representative King. I'm really glad to see this piece of legislation here at the finish line, and I want to thank you, Representative Darby, the rest of the conferees, and Senator Hancock for working with us on this. So could you tell us the changes we made from the House engrossed version?
Yeah, essentially now, if you're trying to build transmission lines to a new generation facility, whether it's renewable or whether it's a thermal unit, you will not have to go to the PUC as long as to get a modification of your CCN as long as you're within 2 miles. If it is if it's for load serving purposes, for example, if there's a new manufacturing facility or something else that uses a lot of electricity and you're building transmission lines to that new business, then you will not have to go get a modification of your CCN if you are within 3 miles of that facility. It also includes language that the renewables wanted. First off, we left the production cost that will remain as a test for whether or not lines should be built, how they're assessed and ranked in priority. We left the production cost. It will remain in the rules. We added the consumer test, but it includes language that the renewables wanted, and in that which will require that that test also take into consideration not only current congestion issues, but future congestion issues. And it also requires ERCOT to do a biannual grid reliability study with regard to preparations for extreme weather events.
So just for legislative intent, I want to clarify, this legislation is adding a consumer test, but nothing about adding that strikes the existing production cost test used by PUC and ERCOT. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. It's really been a pleasure to work with you on this, and congratulations on the legislation.
Thank you, members. I move adoption of the conference committee report.
Representative King of Parker moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1281. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 137 ayes and 0 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Representative Zwiener, for what purpose?
I move that the remarks between myself and Representative King be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair, and the motion is adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has adopted the following conference committee reports. HB 2315, 25 yeas, 6 nays. SB 1315, 28 yeas, 30 nays. SB 2038, 30 yeas, 1 nay. Respectfully, Patsy Paul, Secretary of the Senate.
That's all y'all have done? Thank you. Members, we're going back to the top of page 3. House Bill 3752 is now eligible. The chair recognizes Representative Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report for House Bill 3752.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3752 and recognizes Representative Frank to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We did keep many of the changes made in the Senate. They moved the date back when coverage can be offered to September 2023. We addressed some stakeholder concerns about potential unintended effects of workers' comp, and they added additional pre-existing language conditions and reporting requirements. We did remove the sunset provision that the Senate had put on there so that if this looks like something that will help Texans, that we can offer it. Members, the bill brings new competition to places that are lacking now, new affordable coverage to those who can't afford it, and is a Texas solution, privately managed but publicly overseen.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Turner Tarrant, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for some questions.
The gentleman yield for questions.
I'd be happy to.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Frank. I didn't know we were discussing this bill briefly a minute ago. This bill, when we heard it on the House floor a few weeks ago, there were a number of members who brought amendments, Representative Israel, myself, off the top of my head, to address different aspects of the bill. We were trying to see that it would ensure pre-existing conditions would be covered under these plans. We had other amendments to see that essential health benefits would be covered under these plans. Those amendments did not get on in the House. Those amendments failed. And I think I know the answer, but I want to be sure. Are any of those provisions in this Conference Committee report?
No, sir, although there was additional pre-existing language in the guiding principles and a report that we will be able to look at before next session showing, because I think Texas Mutual, I believe the plan is going to be to go after ACA plans, like in my area that I mentioned, that only has one person, so they're not just going after the non-traditional plans. They're going to explore both, and we will be able to look at that report before next session, and their underwriting by the Senate language won't even start until September of 2023. So they will not actually be able to offer plans until then. So we will have a report and another session, and then hopefully they will be fully prepared to go in and lower the cost of health benefit coverage around Texas.
Understood. So we'll be able to evaluate this next session before it's actually implemented. Is that what you're?
That is correct.
Yeah,
Although the sunset provision that was put in and voted out in the Senate is what got removed. That was the main thing that got removed. So this doesn't sunset.
Okay.
So without intervention, they are allowed to offer if the legislature makes no changes. So they are fully able to do it.
So with respect to pre-existing conditions, it's in the bill as it left the House, which is it's a guiding principle, but it is not a requirement.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I move adoption of the committee
Representative
report.
Frank moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report to House Bill 3752. That's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Show Representative Vasut voting aye. Have all voted? There being 89 ayes and 53 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, we need some time organizing the rest of the bills. This House is going to stand at ease until 5:45. The House will come to order. Pursuant to House Rule 13, Section 9F, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 2093, suspending the limitations on the conferees for Senate Bill 2.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door
Admit
of the
the
House.
messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action.
Thank you very much. Mr. Biederman. Mr. Biederman.
Members, we are on page 6 of the calendar. House Bill 1560 is eligible at 11:30 p.m. If there's no objection to taking it up at this time, the chair recognizes Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1560.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1560 and recognizes Representative Goldman to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the TDLR Sunset Commission bill. The changes that were made, the Senate did add the Racing Commission to TDLR. We took that back out, so the Racing Commission will remain as a standalone agency. It will not become part of TDLR at this time. There were several other provisions in there in regards to driver's ed and barber and cosmetology that we discussed in the House version. In the Senate version, I know Ms. T, we talked about this. The instructor license was removed for the instructors of cosmetology, but anyone wishing to be a barber or cosmetologist must still have their practitioner licenses, so that must remain. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt the committee report.
Representative Goldman moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1560. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Murphy voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 0 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted.
Mr. Turner of Tarrant. Members, we're going to the bottom of page 5, Senate Bill 2. The chair recognizes Representative Patty for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up H.R. 2093.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. The chair lays out the following privileged resolution. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2093 by Patty, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, SB 2.
The chair recognizes Representative Patty to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This resolution is necessary on the SB 2, which is the ERCOT governance. Some of the changes that we ultimately need to make kind of came to light once we were already in conference, and so that's the reason for this resolution. I move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of House Resolution 2093. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 136 ayes and 0 nays, the resolution is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar, Senate Bill 2, is eligible at 10:50 p.m. Is there any objection to hearing the bill now? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Patty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report for SB 2.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on SB 2 and recognizes Representative Patty to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to run through some of the changes here. This is a fairly significant change in the ERCOT board that obviously is a result of what we saw during Winter Storm Uri. I think this is, we've got to a good place here. This makes a drastic change in that the ERCOT board will, in fact, be independent. There will be 11 members of the board, 9 of them voting members. The other 3 would include the PUC chair, the OPUC counselor, and the ERCOT CEO, and 8 unaffiliated members. The ERCOT and PUC are non-voting members. The 8 unaffiliated members will be selected by a committee composed of 3 people. 1 appointed by the governor, 1 by the speaker, and 1 by the lieutenant governor. Only 2 of the 8 could be a professor, and all must reside in Texas. The board members would be required to have executive level experience in finance, business, engineering, trading, risk management, law, or electric market design. The board members could not have a fiduciary duty or assets in the ERCOT market participant. There's also a 2-year lobbying ban after service on the board. This change will create a board which will look after the best interests of the ERCOT and not the market participants in ERCOT. And I think that's a really important piece here. One of the things that I think there are concerns about is when you have market participants that are in charge, in some cases they might make decisions that are in their best interest as opposed to what's in the best interest of Texas and ERCOT and our grid. Market participants will remain on the Technical Advisory Committee, where they can give input to the board but not be the ultimate decision makers. This change was made in the conference committee due to the rapidly changing situation we have faced this session and some realities of the relationship between ERCOT and PUC. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the...
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for a couple of questions.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Certainly.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. Chairman Patty, how did we end up on the PUC composition? And I'm sorry, I was running up here.
The PUC or ERCOT? This is ERCOT.
Sorry. How did we, so PUC, the Senate nor the conference committee did anything with PUC composition in SB2?
Nothing in SB2. This is specifically on ERCOT. That was handled in 2154, which we approved earlier today.
Right on. And with respect to OPUC, I know when bills left this House, I'm just trying to catch up, get up to speed. We had OPUC participate in ERCOT governance. Is that still the case in the conference committee report?
They are one of the 11 members of the board that would be created from this legislation.
And are they a voting member or an ex officio member?
They would be a voting. The ERCOT and PUC are non-voting members.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Be happy to yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Patty, and for your work on this. One of the questions that came up for me was having broad representation. In fact, the previous ERCOT board, when we had Winter Storm Uri, didn't have any African American representation. Are you aware of that?
I'm not advised on that, but I'll take your word for it.
But that was something that came up, and I know when I had talked to the former chair, they were looking to make sure that it was diverse. One of the things that we did address was the fact that the ERCOT board members would be Texas residents. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we didn't want outside people. We thought Texans were better suited to understand the needs of Texans, correct?
Correct.
And we know that we're a very diverse state. How can we make sure that this ERCOT board reflects the diversity of this state?
Yeah. Well, ultimately, these folks will be selected. Again, the governor, lieutenant governor, speaker will kind of serve as the folks that ultimately do that. I would suspect that they will use, there probably will be a search firm engaged to be able to identify those folks that are qualified, because these are not just average board members, these are folks that are expected to have some pretty significant expertise in some of the areas I outlined there too. And so it certainly would be my hope that first and foremost, we would get the best people for the job.
Absolutely.
But certainly there would be a desire to make it as diverse as possible.
That was one of the conversations that I had with Bill Magnus, and he agreed that that would be an asset to make sure that we have diverse representation. So my other question is, with respect to, and this conversation came up a little bit earlier, but on the consumer side, to make sure that there's consumer representation on ERCOT, what kind of assurances do we have there?
I think we addressed that issue very well in this legislation because the OPUC counselor, which, as you know, of course, OPUC, its specific duty is to represent consumers. And so they will, in fact, be one of the 11 board members and a voting board member on this board. And so I think the consumers will certainly have their voices heard in the process.
Because one of the things that we did learn throughout those 2 days of the hearing, the combined hearing with State Affairs and Energy Resources, was that we need to make sure that there's more input on that side. I think that was probably one of the biggest pieces that we're missing besides the communication piece, was making sure that we had that representation. So I'm glad that that's in there. And to your understanding, that would make sure that there is that voice at the table. Is that correct?
Absolutely. That is OPUC's job, and they are a voting member of this board.
Thank you, Chairman Patty.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the Conference Committee report for SB 2.
Representative Patty moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 2. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 132 ayes and 5 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, we're going to page 7. Members, we are going to page 7, Senate Bill 3. Senate Bill 3 has an outside the bounds resolution. The chair lays out the following privileged resolution. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2085 by Patty, suspending limitations on Conference Committee jurisdiction, SB 3.
The chair recognizes Representative Patty to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the outside of the bounds motion removes the index wholesale power plan language that was accomplished in House Bill 16, which has actually already been signed by the governor. It also adds a requirement that the critical infrastructure map must be given to Turk for use coordinating gas and electricity in emergency situations. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of House Resolution 2085. That's a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? So Representative Kaysen voting aye. There being 137 ayes and 2 nays, the resolution is adopted. Members, Senate Bill 3 is not eligible until after midnight. The chair recognizes Representative Patty for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to call up at this time the Conference Committee report on SB 3.
Representative Patty moves to suspend all necessary rules and take up at this time the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 3. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 3 and recognizes Representative Patty to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm proud to report in conference the vast majority of the changes to SB 3 that were made in the House were kept in this bill. There are a few exceptions, and I'll run through those now. We removed all House bills that were added as amendments on the floor, one by Mr. Holland, who ultimately passed his bill as a standalone bill, Mr. Goldman, who also passed his as an amendment on another bill, and then also Ms. Zwiener's bill as well. Section 13, which is now Section 14, kept the vast majority of the House's language on the ancillary services portion. Main change is mandating the PUC should conduct a review from the House's permissive language, continuing to take into account causation and doing so in a non-discriminatory way, which I know was important to a lot of folks. We also retained the Senate's version of the TERC, Texas Energy Reliability Council, which is similar to the House's version, but the Senate delineates the larger membership while the House had a smaller formal membership and gave the authority to consult with a wide range of entities. But we retained the House's version of the mapping and defining critical natural gas infrastructure for purposes of weatherization. We removed language, as I stated earlier, on index wholesale power plans because HB 16, which has been signed by the governor, took care of that piece. We also retained the vast majority of the other language there. With that, if there are no questions.
Representative Beckley, for what purpose?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Representative Patty questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Be happy to yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Patty. Could you clarify, isn't this one of the most important bills that we need to pass this session?
I would absolutely believe that, not just because it's mine, but I think it is our response, this body's response to the horrific things that we saw during Winter Storm Uri and issues of oversight and accountability, communication failures, and addressing the weatherization issue. And so I think we early on identified those challenges, and I think we came up with some really good solutions to hopefully prevent those type of things happening again.
Thank you very much. Could you tell me how many hours have you spent on this bill?
Oh, I have no idea. And I would point out, it's not just me. I have an outstanding group of members on state affairs who have sat through hours and hours and hours of testimony and have been really engaged in the entire process, and I just can't thank them enough.
Yes. So for those of you who don't know, I have to walk by every day your office, and how long did you have that sign telling people not to ask about HB3?
Yeah, there's a lot of traffic coming in and out of the office this session.
Yes.
So.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your hard work on this bill. I think this is something that we can all vote yes on and be very proud of.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Beckley.
Representative Reynolds, for what purpose?
With Chairman Patty yield for a few questions.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Happy to yield.
The gentleman yields.
Chairman Patty, I, like many people, appreciate the great work that you've done this session and all of the members that worked on state affairs and energy resources to make sure that the calamity, the catastrophic failure of our energy industry did not happen again. There were many people across the state, all 254 counties that were impacted, and we heard a lot of outrage all over the state. And as the energy capital of the world, being Texas, you know, this was not a good look for Texas in terms of what happened. You would agree with that, correct?
I absolutely would agree, and certainly we would never want our citizens to experience things like that, but also folks all over the world look at Texas, right? And certainly we don't want a situation where people have any doubt in our ability to take care of our infrastructure and be able to meet the needs of our citizens.
So I want to ask you a few questions because there's been some recent op-eds that we haven't really done as much to address the crisis. Have you seen some of those articles?
I've seen a few of them.
Okay, so I wanted to kind of have a little conversation with you to basically address that just similar to Representative Beckley, do you believe that we've met the best practices? We've heard from industry, we've heard from various stakeholders. Did we do what we needed to do this session to ensure with confidence that we're doing what we can to protect critical infrastructure, to make sure that the proper weatherization is there, from whether it's frigid cold or even summer heat, to make sure that we don't ever have that situation happen again? Most recent reports are, I don't know because it hasn't been verified, that instead of the 200 number that I thought we lost, that the numbers could be that we lost up to 700 Texans. Have you heard that number?
I have, and it's very unfortunate.
So one Texan is too much. And then we know that this is the most costly disaster in Texas history, even exceeding the cost of Hurricane Harvey. So what would you say that we could assure Texans that we've done everything that we can do this session with respect to building resiliency so we don't have that situation happen again?
Yeah. Well, I would say, Mr. Reynolds, that folks, the members can feel confident going home that we did our work to, first of all, discover what the problems were, and you were a part of those early hearings as well, and then come up with solutions. And I think we've done that, again, with those main buckets being oversight and accountability. We just did some work as well as it relates to ERCOT reorganization, a significant change that I think is going to better serve the citizens of Texas and also with the PUC as well, so ensure oversight and accountability, that there's compliance when it comes to weatherization and some of these things, that emergency operations plans and things of that nature, and when there's not compliance, that there's enforcement. And I think that we've taken great steps there. We know that there were tremendous communication failures throughout the system. And I feel like we've gone a long way towards being able to address those things too, through some of the creation and formalization of who should be at the table in planning and also working on the mapping of critical infrastructure as well. And then a requirement that once we've identified this critical infrastructure, that there's an expectation and a requirement.
And Chairman Patty, I agree with that, and I'm glad that you put that on the record. One of one of the critical things that I think was missed is that we did not look at whether or not climate change had an impact upon the extreme weather that we've experienced. We've experienced several 100-year events within the last several years. Would you agree that we also need to look at climate change as well, or the study the impact of climate change that may have?
Well, I guess what I would say, Mr. Reynolds, is we may disagree on what the causes are, but I think it's difficult to argue that we're seeing some unusual weather patterns. We're seeing some of these things with more frequency. So it's kind of hard to deny that we obviously have to be able to operate during those type of situations. As far as the reasons for that, I mean, obviously that's always a point of discussion. But clearly we need to take that into account. I would tell you that Ms. Howard actually put an amendment in this bill that also included the state climatologist would be someone who's consulted in this process as well, that could provide meaningful expertise as it relates to how we plan for these future events.
I would just lastly say, would you agree that it's imprudent that we make sure that we're using best practices, including relying upon science, when we make decisions that are critical to our state?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
That we rely upon science and experts.
I think we should always rely on facts in all of our deliberations, whether that's weather-related or the facts of some of these structural issues that we experienced.
And the reason why I bring it up, Chairman Patty, is because if you recall, when this disaster first happened, Governor Abbott, one of the first things that he said, and he kind of walked it back, was that he talked about wind and the renewables. You remember that? It was almost a blame on wind and solar that they failed, and he kind of walked that back. So there was a initial reaction that there was more of almost a partisan a response, and then it kind of walked back, and then we looked at and we saw that there were a failure in every aspect of our system. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. We saw failures in all types of generation had failures in this event.
And so Senate Bill 3 addresses those failures, correct?
I believe it does.
Thank you, Chairman Patty.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for
Will
questions.
the gentleman yield for questions?
Be happy to yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And also, I also want to acknowledge the body of work that went into this. I saw the hearings. I saw the deliberative process. I appreciate that there are a lot of good things in this bill. And I'm hoping you can help me understand just a couple of technical aspects, because my focus in my mind is about keeping the lights on the next time that it freezes, okay?
Sure.
As it finally turns out, what body or group is responsible for determining whether weatherization requirements for, there's going to be two parts to this, right? For electrical generation and transmission and for natural gas generation, production and transmission.
Correct. So, and then kind of a third piece of this, and this was by design, and this was one of the things where we maintained the House's language as it relates to the mapping committee, because we wanted that to be a separate entity, and so not that we didn't trust, the Railroad Commission or the PUC to do what we asked them to do, but we felt that
the gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, this is a massively important bill. Can we please extend the time?
That is not allowed under the rules, Mr. Rosenthal.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the Conference Committee report for SB 3.
Representative Patty moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 3. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Shall Representative Theory voting aye. Have all voted? There being 142 ayes and 0 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, we're on page 6, House Bill 3774. Their chair lays out it's not eligible until 11:20 p.m. Is there any objection? It has an outside the bounds resolution. The chair lays out the following privileged resolution. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2006 by Leach, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, HB number 3774.
The chair recognizes Representative Leach to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an outside the bounds resolution on the Omnibus Courts Bill, House Bill 3774. Members, very quickly, in the bill as filed, the new Bell County District Court, the 478th District Court, had a creation date that we needed to tweak. There were some differences between the House and Senate version, and apparently that's requiring us to go outside the bounds. That's what this resolution does.
The question occurs on the adoption of House Resolution 2006 as a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Shall Representative Leach voting aye. Have all voted? Shall Representative Dutton voting aye. Shall Representative Murphy voting aye. Shall Representative Huberty voting aye. Have all voted? There being 140 ayes and 0 nays, the resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as I just said, this is the Omnibus Courts Bill.
Representative Leach. The chair recognizes Representative Leach.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3774.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3774 and recognizes Representative Leach to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Omnibus Courts Bill. Many new courts created across the state, many judicial efficiency measures that I think will serve to make our courts stronger, more fair, more robust across the state as our state continues to grow and as we recover from the substantial backlog created by the pandemic. We had some battles with the Senate. We won some, we lost some, but this is a good bill that makes our courts, our civil justice system stronger, and I'd ask for your support. With that, members, I move adoption.
Representative White, for what purpose?
Yeah, just a couple of questions for the author, if he's finished with his layout.
Yes,
the gentleman will yield for questions.
Right. Thank you very much, Chairman Leach, for allowing me to ask you a few questions here. Looking at the conference report, what was the rationale on the changes on the effective dates of the court?
Well, which courts? Because there's several new courts,
Right.
and some of the effective dates are different.
So in the House bill, you know, a lot of these courts, the ones in the bill were effective maybe this year. Some have been pushed back to the beginning of next year, or even to 2023.
Yeah, Chairman White, we try our best with this bill to listen to the member who's listening to their commissioners' courts. A lot of it has to do with respect to timing, to local budgeting. I think with very few exceptions, possibly no exceptions, have catered to the desires and the request of the local representative and senator. I could be wrong about that. I don't think I am, but that's usually what goes into that decision-making process.
Okay. That's good. That's good. I also noticed that there were some situations where in the House bill, you suggested that judicial stakeholders reach out to disability rights. You had some really good, strong language as it dealt with folks that may find themselves in our jails with intellectual disabilities. I don't see that in the conference report. Do you have an explanation for that?
Chairman White, the short explanation that the chamber on the other side of this building wanted it out, as Ms. T just aptly said. And so I fought for a number of the House measures that were included in the House bill. And like I said, we won some of those battles, but you can't win every single one of them. And so unfortunately, this bill is different than the one we originally passed out of the House. But Chairman, I still believe it's a really good bill that we can support.
Okay. Well, that's very unfortunate.
Thanks for your question.
As I'm walking back to my desk, I'm going to contemplate that because I think you had some very good language in it. And it seems like this bill has become very uncompassionate and harsh.
Well, again, it's not just I that had the good language. Much of this language in the bill that passed the House was your language, members, your bills, your ideas, things that you wanted in this bill. I fought as hard as I could. And like I said, Chairman, we lost a few of those battles, but it's a good bill.
Representative Crockett, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
Does the
questions?
gentleman yield?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Chairman, and I apologize because there was so much in this bill. There were some attorneys that reached out to me a little earlier today, and they were concerned, and it may not have been a change that actually occurred in this bill, but I believe the original House version included information about courts being able to conduct certain hearings online, and that potentially that was being struck. Is that true?
So that's perhaps, Representative Crockett, my biggest disappointment with what the Senate did with this bill and it relating to remote court proceedings. Members, we have an approximate 10,000 case backlog as a result of the pandemic and then the winter storm on top of that. Our judges have been so resilient and innovative in using remote court proceedings technology to increase and to guarantee access to our courts, Representative. I believe that we needed some guardrails and a framework in which to continue those remote court proceedings going forward. Right now, the Supreme Court has a lot of power when it comes to our rules of civil procedure, specifically dealing with remote court proceedings. Unfortunately, the Senate took that out. It's an important conversation that we need to have in the interim, and hopefully can come back next session and try to pass that bill again.
And I'm just curious, and this is my last question, was there any rationale or reason given as to why they were opposed to that type of language?
No.
Okay, thank you.
With that, members, I move adoption.
Representative Leach moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 3774. Members, this is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Leach voting aye. Have all voted? There being 134 ayes and 3 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Representative Kraus. Members, the chair is going to recognize Mr. Versuit to discharge the conferees and concur with the Senate amendments on House Bill 1987.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this act will do is take away the conference committee report on House Bill 1987, which had the concerning provisions about election of SRECs, and back it up to the provisions that passed out of the Senate, which were just a few word changes, and then we'll go from there. So.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Tenderholt, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
question?
yield?
I'll yield for
the
question.
Gentleman will yield for
Thank
questions.
you. So there's been a lot of contention with this bill all day, and we've been scurrying with potential points of order and different things on it. I want to make sure, essentially what you're doing is you're removing the language that several people didn't like that came from the Senate. It'll go back to the Senate. With the conference committee. It'll go back to the Senate and it'll revert back essentially to the original bill, which essentially was that the chair or any executive has to vacate their position to run for another office. Is that a fair assessment?
The end result will be, as you said. I want to make sure that it's clear, though, that rather than having the Senate take the final action, we're going to take the final action. So this will discharge the conference committee, so the conference report is gone. If you vote for this, we'll then adopt the Senate's version of 1987, which, if you may recall, only changed a few words in the version of 1987 that we sent over.
And to make it clear for the handful of people that are really, really concerned about this, those three words, does it change the intent of the bill in any way whatsoever, the original bill that you had?
No, the original bill dealt only with resign to run. We're going to kill the provisions that dealt with the election of the SRC, so that's done, and we're back just to resign to run. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move to discharge the House conferees on House Bill 1987 and concur in Senate amendments.
Representative Versuit moves to discharge the House conferees on House Bill 1987 and concur with the Senate amendments. As a record vote, the clerk ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 99 ayes and 18 nays, the House concurs with Senate amendments. Members, we're at the bottom of page 7. Senate Bill 1648, the chair it's not eligible until after midnight. The chair recognizes Representative Kraus for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to call up at this time the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1648.
Representative Kraus moves to suspend all necessary rules, take up the motion to take up at this time the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1648. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Chair recognizes Representative Krause.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1648.
The Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1648 and recognizes Representative Krause to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was the medically fragile kids bill that we had worked on. We had taken several amendments from other House members. The Senate was pretty insistent that we take a couple of those off, the ones offered by Representative Raymond, the one offered by Representative Parker. The dental amendment by Representative Noble stayed on. The amendment by Representative Rose stayed on. The amendment about the foster kids, Deshaun specifically, that Representative Dean had worked on, stayed on, and some more perfecting language. That was the difference, and I move adoption unless there's
Representative Holt, for what
questions.
purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
Does
some
the gentleman yield
questions?
for questions?
Absolutely.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, and thank you for your work on this. I really appreciate that. I just want to ask a couple clarifying questions for legislative intent. Last session, you passed SB 1207, which allowed children in the medically dependent children waiver program, which was about 6,200 children with truly complex medical needs, to continue seeing their specialty physicians who aren't enrolled as in-network providers within Medicaid managed care. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you for that. Is it your intent with SB 1648 for it to not only apply to children in the medically dependent children program, but to any of the 170,000 children in the STAR Kids program, regardless of whether or not Medicaid is their primary health insurance?
Yeah, that's right. And the continuity of care applies to all the kids in the STAR Kids program.
Okay, so to all 170,000.
Well, I think it's that 13,000 universe of just those complex medically needs kids, all those, the 13,000 that comprise that, that's really who 1207's for, those in the MDC program and a couple of others.
Okay, so then it would not be for all children in STAR Kids, which is about 170,000. It would truly be more of the MDCP kids.
The medically complex needs kids, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then do you agree that the managed care Medicaid model works for the majority of Medicaid participants, and the single case agreements for specialty providers only applies to that small population of children?
Yeah, we've heard from quite a few parents that it's not working out for as well, which is why we're having this Senate Bill 1648. I do think those single case agreements can make that system work for them, which is why we're so insistent of making sure that that is part of HHSC policy.
Thank you. And the compromise language in here ensures that an MCO must make a good faith effort to negotiate a single case agreement with these specialty providers rather than mandating that they must. Is it your intent that this change is to ensure that MCOs are not forced to contract with providers without the ability to negotiate, to prevent the possibility that a provider could be unreasonable in the contract negotiations because they know that the state was mandating the MCO to contract with them?
Yeah, we would hope that the MCOs would be good partners and do everything they can to have that continuity of care continue for these small population of kids, those complex medical needs kids. And so we would hope the MCOs, you're right, it's not as strong a language as maybe some of us would have liked, but that's what we have at the end of the day, and we hope the MCOs in the spirit of the law that we passed in Senate Bill 1207, and I would say the letter of the law in 1207 and 1648 would work on those single case agreements to get these kids the help that they need.
Thank you. And additionally, under this bill, the MCOs will maintain their ability to audit providers, including those in these single case agreements, to prevent fraud, waste, and abuse of the state's Medicaid funds. Is that correct?
Yeah, we want to do everything we can to cut down on those three things while also giving the optimal care to these kids with complex medical needs.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that these vulnerable kids are provided the continuity of care with their specialty providers without creating the perverse incentive for providers to remain outside of the Medicaid provider network. So thank you for your work on this.
I think we can all agree on that.
Yep. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Thank you again to Representative Parker, Representative Alderson, and so many of you who've helped out. And with that, we move adoption.
Representative Krause moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1648. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. So Representative Dutton voting aye. Have all voted? 137 ayes and 0 nays. The Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, we are going on page 6, House Bill 572. It's eligible at 11:20 p.m. Is there any objection to hearing the bill now? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move to call up House Bill 572 with Senate amendments. Okay, the chair will recognize you to call up the report. Mr. Speaker, I call up a conference committee report on House Bill 572.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on House Bill 572 and recognizes Representative Dutton to explain the report.
Mr. Speaker, members, what this bill does is creates a study by TEA on competency-based programs for students at risk. The Senate added an amendment defining students at risk, and that's all they did, and so I move to concur.
Representative Dutton moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 572. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 138 ayes and 0 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Representative Holt, for what purpose?
I moved that the comments between Chairman Kraus and myself be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Mr. Frank. Members, we are going to top of page 5, House Bill 2658. It is not eligible until 8:30 p.m. Is there any objection to hearing the bill now? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Frank. Hold on, time out. All right, hold on. We didn't have it. Good thing you asked. It is. Is Mr. Cortez on the floor of the House? Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move to that have the remarks from myself and Chairman Patty on Senate Bill 3, reduce the writing and place in the journal.
Members heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Mr. Tenderholt, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully request that a dialogue between myself and Representative Vissute concerning 1987 and the dissolution be reduced to writing, placed in the journal.
Members heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Members, we are back to the top of page 5, House Bill 2658. There is an out-of-bounds resolution. The chair lays out the following privileged resolution. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1994 by Frank, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, HB 2658.
The chair recognizes Representative Frank to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Resolution 1994 details changes made by the Conference Committee on HB 2658. Specifically, it adds modified language of House Bill 290 by Chair Cortez, which was voted out of the House with 130 yes votes. That bill deals with eligibility requirements for children in Medicaid and reducing the amount of children who are wrongfully removed from the program for paperwork problems. I ask for you to support this resolution, so I move adoption of H.R. 1994.
The question occurs on the adoption of H.R. 1994. There's a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Show Representative Cortez voting aye. Show Representative Beckley voting aye. There being 138 ayes and 0 nays, the resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Frank.
I call up the Conference Committee report for HB 2658.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on HB 2658 and recognizes Representative Frank to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Originally, this bill was filed as a broad Medicaid improvement bill that did several things. When it left the House, HHSC was to include an acuity adjustment to make sure that we're encouraging our MCOs to best serve our state's most vulnerable population. There was a smaller piece that made it much more efficient. Those provisions are still in the bill. When it got over to the Senate did add a number of provisions. They added preventive dental benefits for recipients in STAR Plus who have currently no, and these are just preventative services. They also added a number of studies that required HHSC to study or examine a number of ideas, including the feasibility of an online portal, and I think this is really important, an online portal for individuals on waiver interest lists, and also required HHSC to set a minimum standard of performance on nursing homes. Importantly, we also added the components of HB 290, and I'm going to ask Chair Cortez to talk about what is in 290. So, Chair Cortez.
The chair recognizes Representative Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Frank, members. Members, as you know, Texas has the highest number and percentage of uninsured children in this country, and our state can and should do better. Including House Bill 290 into House Bill 2658 provides eligible children on Medicaid with 2 segments of 6 months of coverage as long as they qualify. This bill would allow for 1 income check after the first 6 months of coverage, and if a child remains eligible based on that income check, they would get a second 6 months of coverage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Chairman James Frank, Chair Lois Kolkhorst, and the members of the Conference Committee for including House Bill 290 on this piece of legislation. Members, this is the second session that I've had the privilege of carrying this bill. It has strong bipartisan support here in the House. It was earlier passed 31-0 in the Senate, and I thank the senators for doing that. Members, this is a win for Texas children, and I thank you for all the support you've given to get this done. Chairman Frank, I pass the mic back to you. Thank you, members.
Thanks.
The chair recognizes Representative Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the Conference Committee report on HB 2658.
Representative Frank moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2658. It's a great moment of time. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Cortez voting aye. Have all voted? Being 135 ayes and 0 nays, the committee report is adopted. Members, we are now going to the bottom of page 6, House Bill 1525. It is not eligible until 11:53 p.m. Is there any objection to hearing the bill now? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Huberty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1525.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1525 and recognizes Representative Huberty to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1525, as you know, we passed House Bill 3 last session, and with any big piece of legislation, you have some corrections that need to be made. Let me just run through some of the, as it left this body, let me just talk about a couple of things. There was about 30 amendments that were offered in the Senate. We adopted 20 of them. We pared that list down, but I'll give you a brief explanation of some of them so that you have those. There was a provision on the parent-teacher organizations. Representative Hinojosa asked us to provide a sunset, so we did that. We created the Special Education Funding Commission to specifically look at how we could better serve our special education population. We had Representative Bernal's bill that added for an increase for resource campuses so that if you have a district or a school district in a campus that's in trouble, we can provide intervention without outsourcing it to a charter school or some other mechanism. We included language to outline the distribution of ESSER II funds that we received from the government. In addition to that, we provided a provision that allowed retired teachers to return to the classroom, more transparency in our health advisory councils, corrected a date in the provisions for the Reading Academy, provisions to protect student privacy by utilizing their unique ID numbers, maintained the salary protections that Representative Turner asked us for in this package. We allowed for comp ed funding to be utilized for employees and attendance officers and added Representative Tallarico's bill for social emotional learning. We also made sure that we had language and increased the amount of money and the tiered funding for the fast growth allotment. We also made sure that we did have the transition funding, which is the $800 million in there, and we removed the provision in the bill that had a local homestead exemption that was too expensive. And then we had one that we need to come back and visit at some point. We removed the exemption that we had on the over 65s because of the, we needed a resolution to be able to do that, a constitutional amendment to be able to do that. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of work that went into this bill. I appreciate everybody giving us the opportunity to clean up House Bill 3 and have a long and lasting process for our education system in the state of Texas. At this point, I'm happy to yield for any questions.
Dr. Bonin, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for a couple
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield.
The gentleman yields. Representative Huberty, thank you for your work on this. This is a really important piece of legislation, and I know you've spent many, many hours on this. Some members have some concerns about the technology and instructional materials allotment, and that may be actually reduced in its funding in the budget. Can you speak to that?
Yes, absolutely. So we only had a proclamation for 3 different criterias right now. It was pre-K, health, and PE this biennium, which amounted to about $450 million. And so that's what we funded through the IMA.
Great. So that is actually funded.
Yes, sir.
And what are the future plans for the instructional materials allotment?
Yeah, so historically, we're going to go back to historic levels, which is about 50% of the ASF, which is about $1 billion, between $1 billion and $1.2 billion, based on where we're going to end up, which would be the expectation as we go into next legislative session. So I know there was concerns about that when we reduced that amount of money for other programs that we went forward. That is not the floor at all. That is going to be, as we go forward, what is the need going to be as we look in the future? And we anticipate when we come back in the 23rd session that it'll be between $1 billion and $1.2 billion.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Turner of Tarrant, for what purpose?
Gentleman yield for a question.
Yes, gentleman yield for a question. Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Huberty. I know you've worked a lot on this over the last several months, and I just wanted to have a conversation with you about the Conference Committee report as it relates to the House amendment that you accepted from me a while back pertaining to protecting the hard-fought salary increases that we got into House Bill 3 2 years ago.
That's right.
We had an amendment in House Bill 1525 to preserve those pay increases. I wonder if you could speak to that in the Conference Committee report.
Yes. So the amendment that you offered to us that we worked out during the original passing of 1525 out of the House, we tweaked it just a little bit, but the bones of it that we put together are virtually the same, where we said, look, you know, whatever the 1920 salaries are that we're not not going backwards, making sure that we're, creating the funding mechanism on the basic allotment as we go forward. If for some reason the legislature wanted to make that change, they have to statutorily do it just like they would in the basic allotment, which, as you know, we increased the basic allotment back in the 2019 legislative session. So we wanted to make sure that we tied those salaries together to what we already did, and so that has stayed now statutorily in law as we go forward.
That's great. Well, I appreciate your commitment to protecting that language in a modified version, and thanks for your work on this bill.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Bernal, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield.
The gentleman yields.
First, Chairman Huberty, I wanted to thank you for all of your work on this. I know it wasn't easy, and I know this bill contains a lot of different elements that went through a variety of negotiations. And I think it is a good example of people working across the aisle trying to get something that we can all either live with, we either all don't like it or we all kind of hate it, but at the end, it's something that reflects a lot of different voices in one place, so I appreciate that. I wanted to ask you about two amendments you mentioned to make sure that members understand what they do. The first is the inclusion of Representative Tallarico's bill, which would allow the use of the comp ed allotment, which we increased in HB3 significantly. It would allow the use of that money for social workers, for family specialists, for school psychologists, and the programs they run, which is something that we heard at length in committee. And just to be clear, would you agree with me that we heard more about mental health and suicide in this pub ed committee than in all of the others that you and I have worked together combined?
Absolutely, 100%.
And that highlights the importance of Representative Tallarico's bill and the inclusion in this bill.
That is correct. That's why we added it, and we thought it was another good tool that we could add in our toolbox to help our districts for sure. And as we learned, when we increased the comp ed weighting to 55% versus the 45% that we had prior to that, this will give them another program that they can adopt so they can utilize those money and put it in the classroom where it belongs.
And then with regard to my 220, right now under 1882, if a school wanted to get more resources, they would have to hand governance over to either a charter school, a nonprofit, or a university or college. And what we've done here is add another universe of eligibility that is designed to infuse F campuses with the same resources without handing over governance of their school. Is that right?
Absolutely, and that gives us a chance, as Dr. Allen has talked to us and taught us during our time on the Public Education Committee, is that we need to spend the money now to educate them versus trying to pay somebody else to do it in the future, and put the money and the resources where they belong, and get good principals and good teachers and people in those classrooms. And your concept and idea is certainly something that we need to progressively think about, that can be helping these kids right now versus turning our schools over to somebody that doesn't pay attention to them.
So I just wanted to thank you again for your work. I know you had it was a long process and especially a long night last night.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, as Robert Haney said, he can always count on me for being late. So at 11:53.
Representative King, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield
for questions?
I'll yield.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Huberty. We've talked a lot about this bill all session. Can you remind the body how many dollars are tied to this legislation?
Yeah, so there's roughly right now originally left here with about $300 million. There's a general revenue fiscal note of $475. There's another 1.2 of federal dollars that are tied to it. So when you move all the moving parts, we're roughly talking about $2.3 billion left here with $300 million. And that's all inclusive of general revenue, federal funds. One other important thing, last session, one of the things Chairwoman Nelson wanted, as we talked about in House Bill 3 last session, was the gifted and talented. Well, that's back in, so that's another $100 million on top of it. We fixed the CTE credit, the CTE issue, and the small and mid-size adjustment. That's about $220 million for the rural districts. That's where it's at.
So would you remind the body, we've talked a lot on these education bills this session about giving the commissioner more power. If this bill doesn't pass, who has discretion over that money?
TEA.
So we would ultimately be giving the commissioner more power if the bill doesn't pass?
Yes, sir.
One final question, Representative Huberty, just so the body's clear. Is there any of these dollars that you just mentioned in this bill that are still tied to outcome-based funding?
No, we took that out.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Members, thank you very much. Just one last thank you. I'd like to thank the members of the Conference Committee, Representative King, Van Diver, Bernal, and Chairman Dutton, and the members of the House Public Education Committee, and then certainly our counterparts, Chairman Taylor, Senator Lucio, West, Betancourt, and Paxson. Members, thank you. This is a great bill for kids. Appreciate the opportunity to work on it with you. I move passage.
Representative Huberty moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1525. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 129 ayes and 3 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, we're going to page 7, House Bill 4492. It is not eligible until after midnight. Is there any? The chair recognizes Representative Patty for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to call up at this time the Conference Committee report for House Bill 4492.
Representative Patty moves to suspend all necessary rules to take up at this time the Conference Committee report on House Bill 4492. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The chair recognizes Representative Patty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4492, you all will remember, was the last of the securitization bills that we worked on. This deals with the default balance of the ERCOT. This is largely a similar bill that we passed 129 to 15 out of this body. There were a couple of amendments. The Senate amendments did direct the comptroller to make a loan for the investment portion of ESF for the $800 million default balance that would be left after the co-op securitization. Also, it cleaned up some Senate language on lawsuits, and we maintained the Senate's amendment that put a $2.1 billion cap on the ancillary services, providing limits on how much market participants can securitize. And just for the purposes of legislative intent, just want folks to know that by placing a cap on the uplift amount of $2.1 billion, it is my intent that this be applied to all load-serving entities on a load proportionate and equitable basis. It is crucial that we do not discriminate between load-serving entities in order to protect against market imbalances. With that, I move adoption.
Representative Patty moves to that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 4492. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 116 ayes and 18 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Representative Buckley, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the conversations between Representative Huberty and all members concerning HB 1525 conference report be reduced to write and placed in the journal.
Members heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted.
Members, we're going to the bottom of page 2. The chair lays out the following privilege resolution. The clerk read the resolution.
HR 2007 by Kane, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, SB 7.
The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Rayner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Resolution 2007 under Rule 13, Section 9G, that the reasons for the suspension of the limitations are insufficiently detailed and substantially and material misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front.
The point of order is withdrawn. Chair announces the signing and the following in the presence of the House.
HCR 113.
Now, I think so.
The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to continue laying out the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you for the opportunity to lay out the resolution to go outside the bounds for Senate Bill 7. Senate Bill 7 is a comprehensive election bill that is a result of reconciling two significantly different bills the House and Senate brought to conference. We worked hard to come up with language that would resolve substantive differences, would eliminate duplication, and conform the bill with existing election law. The result is this conference committee report, out of bounds in some places, but yet an earnest attempt to address the issues the committees in both chambers heard and to update the election in the most technically accurate and lawful manner. This bill expands mandatory early voting polling hours from 9 to 12 hours for all counties over 30,000 people. It expands civil remedies for real-time.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Gonzalez, for purpose.
Does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Not at this time, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to finish the layout of the resolution to go out of bounds, but thank you.
Not at this time.
It expands civil remedies for real-time election enforcement. It provides for poll watchers' rights and regulations, creates stronger penalties for vote harvesters, and ensures registrars and clerks will maintain accurate and current voter rolls, something that we all want to see. We've provided updated election security with forms to track and cover chain of custody of ballots and cameras in the central counting station, in the early voting ballot board, and the signature verification rooms in all of our largest counties. We are also asking our election officials to reconcile the number of voters and votes in writing at the close of tabulation. We also asked the Secretary of State in this bill to create forms to help our election judges know what they need to fill out when they close the polls by giving them a checklist to ensure fairness, avoid uncertainty, and make sure all votes are cast timely. We also reform from the illegal voting statute and make sure that everyone who is convicted in a Texas court for an offense that affects their voting rights will be advised that they cannot vote, and provides paperwork so they won't be mistaken about whether they can or cannot vote. In short, this bill makes it easier for Texas to vote, but for those determined to break the law, make it harder to cheat.
Mr. Speaker.
I would like at this time to go over some of the specific sections for which we found it necessary to go out of bounds. Looking at Section 2.04 of the bill, adding 31.006 to the code, we required the Secretary of State, after receiving or discovering information indicating that criminal conduct in connection with an election has occurred, to refer that information to the Attorney General. Previously, the law required the same thing, but only when an official complaint from the member of the public was filed with the SOS. Now the Secretary of State, when in the course of its duties comes across information that might indicate criminal conduct, can take that action independently. Those complaints go to the Office of the Attorney General, so as long as the Secretary of State has reasonable cause to suspect that criminal conduct has occurred. This standard has not changed. Moving forward to Section 2.05 of the bill, concerning the enforcement of voter roll maintenance, it says that the Secretary of State shall monitor each county's list of registered voters to ensure that no county has a number of registered voters in the county equal to or greater than the number of people eligible to register to vote in that county. If the Secretary of State determines that a county has a number of registered voters equal to or greater than that number, the Secretary of State shall notify the voter registrar in writing. Then the actions of the Secretary of State are very clear. First, the voter registrar has the opportunity to explain or provide a remediation plan once they're notified of a violation of this measure. It's a measurable, quantifiable standard, and upon that, there's an opportunity to cure. That seems very reasonable. Following that, and failing to take corrective action, it requires that the training, as developed by our Secretary of State, be implemented, and that the county who has failed to meet this standard be required to take. Then finally, if that is not corrected, then the Secretary of State can withhold funding to that county and assess other similar penalties. Moving back, if we look at section 3.05 of the bill, this amends the election code to include spoiled ballots from a direct recording electronic voting machine and include it on the list of spoiled ballots tracked by election officials. The reason this is considered to be out of bounds in conference, we added that the Secretary of State needed to prepare the forms in an appropriate manner so that we could track that listing of canceled ballots. It does not substantially change the purpose of this section. It just makes it clear that the Secretary of State is going to be responsible to promulgate these forms. Next, in section 3.07 of the bill, we created a provision of the election code that orders the Secretary of State to create a checklist or guidelines for election judges to help them when they close the polls. Conversations with our conferees were clear that we needed guidance from the Secretary of State related to the closing of the polls, that those people who showed up to vote towards the ending of the deadline of
Ms.
the time
Gonzalez,
to
for
vote.
purpose.
Will the gentleman yield before time runs out so I can ask a few questions on the resolution?
Not at this time. I thank you for your question, but no, it's important that I move through these amendments. There were significant portions that we went out of bounds. I feel obligated to the membership and to the body to explain these, but thank you, but not
So I
at
would
this
like the
time.
opportunity to ask questions because there are significant changes. I think there's 22 substantive additions, and so I think that it's important that the body hear that debate back and forth. And so I would like the opportunity before time runs out to be able to ask my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but not at this time. I want all the body to hear these explanations before we take questions.
Not at this time, Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So moving forward to section 3.07 of the bill, we create a provision within the election code that orders the Secretary of State to create a checklist or guidelines for election judges. In these conversations, it became clear we needed this to address these issues, as I said a moment ago, about the closing of the polls, that we protect the chain of custody of the ballots, but we allow those people who show up who may not have voted at that exact moment in time to be able to vote, and we ask the Secretary of State to provide those forms that would be necessary to do that. Next, in section 3.10, this was not in SB 7 from the Senate. What we did here is that the bill eliminates tying polling times to the hours that a county clerk's office is open. But it mandates the hours between 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. with a minimum of 12 hours voting. So instead of a 7 to 7, we allow 6 to 9 additional time hours for voting. In section 4.06 of the bill, we add provisions. It's not new, but it's a resolution, but it tweaks language that was in both bills. There's reconciliation of who can apply for the relief, but also the Senate version included, this concerns poll watchers and the authority who appointed them, and the House version included only the watcher. It became clear in conversations with conferees that both sides intended for the watcher and the authority who appointed them to be able to seek relief, so we incorporated that into our final revisions. Also, there's a reconciliation of the type of relief requested. The Senate version included only injunctions. The House version included injunctions and writs under the election code. So in this reconciliation, we included both the injunctions and the writs. Moving forward, next to section 4.16. Again, this is not new. It's a reconciliation of House and Senate positions. The Senate version provision required an automatic recount of the number of votes cast when that exceeds the number of voters in a precinct. House did not have that provision. The issue that arose and when we looked at it is that we would have triggered recounts repeatedly over how we process military overseas ballots, which was not the intent. This cures that. We made inquiries with the Secretary of State's office. We're told that we could not currently create a new precinct for those overseas ballots. When we moved to section 5.01, that clarified the definition of disability and reconciled the eligibility for early voting by mail. The other portions of Section 5 likewise harmonized existing election code regarding the application for and the casting of ballots by mail. Section 5.15 was a part of the section of the code that allowed the early voter ballot board and the signature check members to take notes, which previously they were unable to do. This will allow them to take notes as they compare signatures from the early ballot, from those who have voted early by mail, and compare those to the information available to see if they conform, and it appears that that ballot should be counted because it was signed by the same person. In Section 8.04 of the bill, we amended 23.2008 of the Election Code, and that changes the deadlines for election contests. This was an important change we made to the law. It changes the deadlines by which a contestant can file their challenge. A contestant has 5 more days if they're challenging a primary.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman will be back to close on the bill for questions. The chair recognizes Mr. Turner. Is Mr. Gann on the floor of the House? Is Mr. Gann on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Mr. Gann for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Resolutions calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 9 p.m. in room 1W14, Ag Museum, to consider a calendar.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection to the motion, chair hears none. So adopted. The following announcement, the clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on Resolutions calendars will meet today at 9 p.m. in room 1W.14 in the Agriculture Museum in a formal meeting to consider a calendar.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner of Tarrant to speak against the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, and to those watching, because I think there's probably more eyes on this body tonight than there normally are, I want to explain what's going on here. This relates to Senate Bill 7, the vote suppression bill, but this is not, we're not on that bill yet. This is a privileged resolution. The resolution under our rules is necessary because the conference committee for Senate Bill 7, the 5 Senate conferees and the 5 House conferees met, well, some of them met, and wrote language that was neither in the House-passed version of Senate Bill 7 nor in the Senate-passed bill of the Senate-passed version of Senate Bill 7. It's entirely new language that has never been debated on the floor of this House, never been debated on the floor of the Senate, and was written and agreed upon not by all the conferees, but by the Republican conferees behind closed doors with no notice to this body, or much less to the public. And now, as the sun sets and we are less than 4 hours from our deadline to pass bills in this legislative session, bringing this resolution to the floor of this House, asking this body to take this already horrific bill and make it even worse. That's what an out-of-bounds resolution does, is adding language in that's not in either version of the bill. Now, I think this entire bill is out of bounds to begin with. But let's talk about what this so-called out-of-bounds resolution does. First of all, it's 20 pages. This is not just a simple sentence here or there, or a tweak here and there. It's 20 pages of new language intended to make it harder to vote in the state of Texas. So the first major thing it does is it provides the Texas Secretary of State new powers to conduct so-called voter roll maintenance. Well, what does that mean? Does this body remember 2.5 years ago, when the previous Secretary of State was caught trying to conduct a voter purge of voters, Texas voters, and remove them from the voting rolls? And plaintiffs had to go to federal court to stop them, and they did because they won. This bill, in spite of the Secretary of State's office having a terrible track record when it comes to voter rolls, gives the Secretary of State more power over your local county voter registrars. It's your local county officials who get to make these decisions right now. They no longer do. They're subservient to the Republican appointee Secretary of State under this out-of-bounds resolution. There's a lot of egregious things in this resolution. I'm going to go through them chronologically. I think this is the most egregious. Many of us are familiar during the early voting period with souls to the polls. What that means, for anyone who's not aware, is that there is a great tradition in the African American church in this country that after services on the Sunday of early voting, that voters leave the service and go to the nearest early voting polling place to cast their votes, to make their voices heard, to follow in the example and the footsteps and the leadership provided by Dr. King and so many others, John Lewis, who fought and bled for the right to vote. It's a way to honor their sacrifice by casting those ballots however they choose to cast them, but doing that as a community after worship on Sunday. So what this resolution says is that all of a sudden now you can't have early voting begin on Sunday until 1 p.m. So if you were at that early 7 a.m. service, or you're at the 9:30 a.m. service, or the 11:15 service, you're not going to be able to go vote right after church. You're going to have to wait. And when you do get there, guess what? There's going to be a line. There's going to be a line to be able to cast your vote on the Sunday, the only Sunday of early voting. That's the point. You make it harder to vote, and you by changing the hours, and you make it harder to vote by creating a line when people get there to vote. It's shameful. The next egregious provision is on poll watchers. We've talked on this floor before about partisan poll watchers being sent in to predominantly African American and Hispanic communities to intimidate and to harass the voters, and in some cases, the election officials. I told my story on this floor before from my time in Tarrant County many years ago, where that's exactly what the Republican Party did, and they admitted to it. They were sending him into Southeast Fort Worth, into the African American part of town. They described them as, quote, problem areas. We saw a leaked video a few months ago from Harris County, where the Harris County Republican Party said, we are trying to recruit brave people who will go into these really scary areas in Houston to make sure that the integrity of the election is upheld, please. They're looking for people who are willing to go and intimidate black and brown voters. And this resolution makes it easier for them to do that. On vote by mail. It's not easy to vote by mail in this state to begin with. We know that. But this bill is going to make it more difficult if this resolution is adopted, because it's changing the definition of disability. So right now you have to be 65 years of age or older or disabled. This is going to make it very specific how you can be qualified to vote by mail on the basis of disability. The Texas Supreme Court ruled last year, when many people were trying to vote by mail during COVID because they didn't want to get sick, that a voter's word is good enough. If the voter believes they can't go vote because of a threat to their health or to their safety, that's good enough under the law. This resolution says that's no longer good enough. We're going to make people, when they return a ballot by mail, include their driver's license number or the last 4 digits of their social security number on it. Why? I don't know why. I've never heard of a problem before that we couldn't determine if a vote was valid because we didn't have someone's driver's license number. It's another intimidation tactic. And then there's this one, overturning the election. This is on page 15, members, of the resolution. So now we're going to have a provision that says, and I'll read from the resolution, if the number of votes illegally cast in the election is equal to or greater than the number of votes necessary to change the outcome of an election, the court may declare the election void without attempting to determine how individual voters voted. So, members, are you okay with that? Are you okay with a judge being able to overturn an election, perhaps your own election, simply because the math says that, well, you know, we think that there are some illegal votes and the margin was kind of close and I don't have to prove how people voted, but you can overturn the election. Are y'all really okay with that? That's what this resolution would allow for. And so, members.
Ms. Beckley, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield?
I'd be happy to yield. I'll just say this resolution is far afield from either the House-passed bill or the Senate-passed bill. That bill is bad and egregious enough as it is. We don't need to make it more egregious by going outside the bounds here at literally almost the 11th hour before on the second to last day of the legislative session. I ask you to vote no on this resolution. I'd be happy to yield for questions.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker. That last section where you were talking about the judge overturning elections, we never heard that in committee. Not a version of that. That has not been vetted by the people of Texas. That is just magically here. Were you aware of that?
Well, I was aware that it had never been discussed in the Elections Committee, which I know you have served and worked hard on all session. It's certainly never been discussed on the floor of this House. I don't believe it had been discussed in the Senate. I'm less sure of that. But I know for certain it was not in either version of Senate Bill 7 passed by either this House or that Senate earlier this session, and it should absolutely not be on this floor today.
Do you feel like that is fair to the people of Texas, that this has not been vetted by the people of Texas in the processes that we uphold in this body?
It's absolutely unfair, Representative Beckley, to the people of Texas, to the voters of Texas. We have election contests provided for under our laws today. And there are members of this House who have gone through election contests in rare circumstances, but it does happen. The laws provide for an election contest so both parties, both candidates, as the case may be, can make their case and a judge can make an ultimate determination. This language is completely unnecessary and extraordinary in its breadth of how an election could be overturned.
Do you think that was based on the big lie?
I do. I think, I've talked about that before on this bill, and I'll probably be talking about that again this evening on this bill. But the reality is, people have promoted the big lie that somehow Donald Trump actually won the election that we know that he lost last year.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ranchier, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman is out of time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I ask you vote no on the resolution.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to speak against the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to first thank Chairman Turner, who just walked us through so many terrible things in this resolution that's before us. I want to really sink down into one section that he closed with. But that's how important it is. I see everyone's on their cell phones and reading other things, and I think it's important that we think about what we're about to vote on. This is a section that was added. We're going outside of the bounds. That means that we never had this in either the Senate bill or the House bill. There's 150 of us on this floor, but it's not 150 people that we represent. We represent 29 million Texans. When we walk around with the impact of almost 200,000 people for each of us here. 29 million Texans whose voice are about to be hindered at the ballot box if we pass this resolution. Section 232.063 on page 15, it says overturning election. If the number of votes illegally cast in the election is equal to or greater than the number of votes necessary to change the outcome of an election, the court may declare the election void without attempting to determine how individual voters voted. What does that mean? This adds an entirely new section that makes it easier to overturn an election. Previously, those seeking to overturn an election were required to show that the alleged fraud actually resulted in a fraudulent win. The new provision lowers the threshold to simply require evidence that alleged fraud could have resulted in a fraudulent win, meaning you no longer have to prove it. So all of you out there, as myself, we all have political enemies. They could use this to overthrow the voice of the people, to overthrow the voice of Texans. You're not one person when you're here. You're almost 200,000 people. You're the voice of Texas. Do we want to throw out our ability to let the voices be heard through elections? Because if we pass this resolution, we no longer have to prove voter fraud to throw out an election result. We can simply do it.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Gonzalez, for a purpose.
Gentleman yield for some questions.
Gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
He yields.
Representative Busey, there were some amendments when SB 7 got voted out on the House floor that were agreed upon, right, and voted out of this body.
That's correct.
And were these amendments stripped out in the final version of the bill?
I think many of them were.
Do you know why that was?
No idea.
In fact, would you agree with me that the bill came back worse?
Not only did the bill come back worse, and I think this is what's so important as we talk about this resolution, it's not that the bill is just worse. It's not just that our side versus your side doesn't agree with it. It's that this resolution is adding stuff that we never heard, that we never debated, that we never got to have our constituents come and testify on. This resolution goes outside the bounds of what we dealt with. That means the voices of Texans were not heard in this debate.
And so would you agree that the process circumvented the opportunity for people to be able to give their testimony in committee?
You know, absolutely. Going outside the bounds may be within the rules, but it's our job, I think, to do this in the clear of day where our constituents get to have their voice heard. And this resolution did not give that opportunity to our constituents.
So the people deserve to have a public hearing on this, and we deserve to have that before it getting put into this final piece of legislation that was done behind doors, right?
Absolutely.
But did you have an opportunity to review, have time to review?
I mean, I think the Senate got this late last night, if I remember, based on what I was hearing over there. This is a 20-page outside the bounds resolution. We heard Chairman Turner talk. I don't know when we've seen something that big to really process it for the 150 of us to have the time to process that. I think the time has been short. I think I can speak for the whole body of the House that this isn't the bill the House sent over. This resolution takes it way beyond that, and I don't think that was the intent of Republican or Democrat on this floor to have this resolution here.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ranchier, for a purpose.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, sir.
He yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the provision, particularly among all of the offensive provisions of SB 7, one of them that we are now seeing for the first time is changing the evidentiary standard and the process for overturning elections, which a judge can do over the will of the people. And you talked about that in your layout, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And so I just want to highlight for you, and you're probably aware of this since you've followed this process for a while, that we have multiple members whom at least I've served with that have been seated in this body after special masters have heard their cases. And if I can walk some of those through those with you, I'm sure you're familiar with the names, but
I'd love to know more.
Hubert Vo, who's in my class, won by 16 votes out of 50,000 votes, and there were rampant rampant allegations by his opponent of voter fraud in the Vietnamese community. And a special master was convened in this body, and the evidentiary standard was not only that they had to prove that the margin of victory, there were votes that exceeded the margin of victory that had been called into question, and they said there were about 450 or 500 fraudulent votes, but they also had to prove that those votes would have been for a representative vote. And do you know what the outcome of that special master's convening was?
I don't, and I think we all need to be reminded.
So the outcome is that Hubert Vo is here today as a member of the legislature because there was one fraudulent vote that was found by Special Master Hartnett, who's a Republican from Dallas County. And do you know what that vote showed?
What did it show?
It showed that a non-citizen had voted, but he wasn't Vietnamese, he was Norwegian. Okay. And that person had voted straight ticket Republican. Wow. And so despite all of the allegations, and in this bill we're changing the evidentiary standard for that, and suddenly saying a judge can overturn an election just by the allegations of votes in excess of the margin of victory. And I find that troubling, and I hope you do too.
Well, and to understand what you're saying under this new standard, Hubert Vo, elected by his constituents to be here and to fight for them, may have been thrown out.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Same thing happened in the case of Donner Howard, who won an election by 4 votes of 50,000 cast. And there were widespread allegations of voter fraud there as well. And when they convened a special master, you know how many votes they found that were fraudulent? 0.
But
according
under this
to this
new
evidentiary
standard, crying and making accusations could get us thrown out of office, so we were elected.
And I received a text from my longtime desk mate, Mark Strama of Austin, who had beaten Jack Stick when in 2004, and we all came in together. And the evidentiary standard that was used by the special master, also Will Hartnett in that case, was that they had to show not only that the margin of victory, those 500 votes that Mark Strama won by, were fraudulent. He actually also had to show that those votes were for him. And Mark Strama, who served with distinction in this body for 10 years, would not have been seated had we used the evidentiary standard in this bill. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's a big problem. That subverts democracy. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Members, this resolution will take away the people's voice. It will allow your elections to be overturned because of political enemies. Please vote no on this resolution.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions. He yields.
Mr. Busey, you served on the Elections Committee, correct?
That's correct.
And you've served on the Elections Committee prior to this session, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And you understand that the out-of-bounds resolution changes the timeline on when people can vote the Sunday before Election Day. Is that correct?
That's correct, and it's disappointing. It's going to be detrimental, and it's going to really impact souls to the polls.
And when you talk about the souls to the polls, well, first of all, was that even discussed earlier, or when did we first see this new change of the time period on Sunday voting that you couldn't vote before 1 p.m.? When did you first see that?
I think it was in the last 24 hours or so that we first saw
So
this.
there was no vetting of that. Is that not correct?
That's correct. There was no vetting. There was no constituent input.
And in fact, it is clear based upon prior election cycles that African Americans tend to utilize the souls to the polls. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
And it is your understanding that this would have a likely disparate impact among Black, Latino voters of color in the state of Texas. Is that your understanding?
Absolutely.
And is it also your understanding that Texas increased significantly in the 2020 election cycle for early voting in person through mail, and that the souls to the polls was a big factor in the African American turnout?
That's correct.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Please vote no.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to speak against the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise in vehement opposition to this resolution allowing the out of bounds on this bill. Governor Abbott's appointed Secretary of State herself said several times that the 2020 election in Texas was safe, successful, and secure. Despite that, national figures perpetuated the big lie about the recent election, causing a flurry of pandering actions. A desperate search by our Attorney General, coupled with a bounty of $1 million by our Lieutenant Governor, produced no founded cases of election fraud in the 2020 election. This bill and the accompanying abusive process that came with creating this discriminatory legislation has been highly irregular, and that's putting it mildly. The Conference Committee has added a provision regarding overturning an election that is truly undemocratic and offensive to the rule of law. It says that the court may declare the election void without attempting to determine how individuals actually voted. This provision allows a lawsuit to overturn an election without having to prove that the fraud actually occurred. Just think about that. Your election can be overturned without the other side being required to prove actual voter fraud. Additionally, the provision lowers the burden of proof to overturn an election. In other words, this election challenger is no longer required to show that fraudulent votes actually resulted in a win. The implications of this are unthinkable. To make matters worse, the provision was not in either the Senate nor the House version of the bill. This provision has not been subject to review and debate by the public. This provision has not been subject to review and debate by this body, and the provision has not seen the light of day until the last hours of yesterday. The purpose of the legislative process has been completely subverted by adding a terrible provision under the cover of darkness. What has happened to process? What has happened to the rules that this body is supposed to care about? We have rules and processes in order to have a just society so that people can have faith and confidence in the laws that govern them. Democracies are based on the rule of law whose formation are based on an open debate and participation and whose enforcement are based on true facts and fairness. When these principles fail, our foundation crumbles into autocracy, dictatorship, and tyranny. Why are we here if we're not going to insist that we have an opportunity to debate and be heard on important legislation? Make no mistake, the state of Texas will go to court again for this bill. We will waste millions of taxpayer dollars again defending this awful piece of legislation that seeks to disenfranchise so many Texas voters. This state has decided again to forego protecting voters' rights and straight to restricting them. And this is truly a sad day for the rule of law and the very foundations upon which our democracy rests. Thank you.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
She yields.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. As I look at this resolution before us, and I know we've all been incredibly busy over the last several days considering really bill after bill and conference committee report after conference committee report, and I find it sometimes difficult to keep up with everything, yet as you have pointed out, we are all confronted here with a very lengthy report and a very lengthy resolution that frankly has been difficult for me to fully digest in the time we've had. You've mentioned several provisions already, and others have too. Do you feel that you have been able to adequately understand all of this new material that's being presented to us on very nearly the last day of the session?
No, it's been very difficult. When you get the bill is, 60-something pages long? And when you get, at the very last hour, an additional resolution that's 20 pages long of new provisions and new materials that has never been before presented to this body, the Texas House of Representatives, to debate on behalf of all of our constituents, it's unconscionable. And it's unconscionable that we are actually sitting here doing this as opposed to rejecting this move by the Senate saying, no, we the House deserve to debate and we're going to honor those rules.
As I read the resolution, I'm seeing things that I guess are really going to affect large numbers of Texans in the voting and electoral process. There are brand new requirements for anyone who wants to vote by mail, for instance, that are in this resolution before us. And if I understand all this correctly, these are new provisions that have not been a part of this bill during the duration of its passage through the legislature, through the House, the Senate, the committee process up until now. Is that your understanding as well?
That is exactly my understanding, sir.
I see, for instance, there are going to be new requirements that a person is going to have to place on the outside of an application to vote early. There are new requirements related to what kind of disability is going to qualify for a person that wants to vote by mail on the basis of disability. Would you agree with me that those are exactly the kind of things that really deserve some detailed scrutiny in our legislative process and not the kind of thing that should be added at the last minute?
Well, exactly. The right to vote is the most fundamental piece of our democracy. And this body should be looking for ways to expand everyone's opportunity to vote. We should be having online voter registration. We should have all kinds of opportunities. I do not understand for the life of me why we want to restrict people from mail-in ballot voting. This affects our seniors, this affects our disabled, this affects pregnant women, this affects all women with young kids who may not be able to take their children to go vote with them. And I just do not understand why this body and this legislature is trying to make it so hard for these families to go and cast their God-given right to vote in this country.
I feel, Representative Johnson, as I read some of these provisions, some of them I just don't fully understand exactly what they mean. And, maybe I have time to ask a question or two here briefly in the few remaining hours or minutes we have. But it's definitely the sort of thing where I'd like to have had the opportunity to really study and consult with others that have read this carefully and could give me an opinion. And one example here on page 9 of this resolution, it talks about an application to vote by mail. I believe this refers to an application to vote by mail. On line 20, it says it must be submitted in writing and signed by the applicant using ink on paper. No longer possible to use an electronic signature or photocopied signature. But as I read that, I actually don't understand if that means only the signature must be in ink or the entire application must be in ink. Do you know the answer to that?
I do not. It's a vague question. You're right. Do you have the ability to fill in the blanks and print the application and just hand sign it, or are you required to hand write in the entire application? It's vague on this piece of paper. You and I are both attorneys. We also understand that words matter and precision matters. And this is the kind of thing that's vague. It causes confusion. If you're at home and you're trying to figure out what to do and you're trying to print a ballot, and if somebody thinks they're being great so that it can be legible and not confusing based on your handwriting, and they print it, is their ballot going to be thrown out? It's hard to tell based on this bill.
Well, and it's just one example and one small provision, but I guess the point that I'm trying to make is there are many of those in this resolution and many of those in the conference committee report that went outside the bounds, and that's what we have in front of us. Explicitly material that goes outside of anything else considered in this legislative session so far. And so I appreciate your comments about this, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield, sir?
Got
people running both ways.
She yields for questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Representative Johnson. Unlike you, I am not a lawyer, but I am highly offended that we are going to make laws without completely vetting them. How is this going to play out in the courtrooms, do you think?
Well, I mean, like I said, there's going to be a lot of aspects of this bill that's litigated. There's a lot of issues that are, in my opinion, discriminatory, unconstitutional, and then there's vague and ambiguous languages. There's multiple bases by which this bill is going to be challenged in court, and that's going to be at the cost of taxpayers. And unfortunately, that is that we're not going to be able to fund really key programs that the people of Texas want, like healthcare and many other issues, because those monies are being spent on wasteful litigation because we are passing a terrible bill.
And maybe a history class or two about elections and maybe the 1965 voter protection.
And maybe a history class or two about elections.
Yes,
that's correct.
Thank you. So I think that everybody should be concerned, but I'm also concerned that we're just going to vote on this on party lines, and there are people in this body who are not paying attention and don't seem to care. Would you agree?
I think people in this body care, but it's disheartening how many people will come up to you privately and say, this is a bad bill for my constituents, but yet won't come to the mic and say so.
Ladies' time's expired. The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to close on the resolution. Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I rise on a point of order under Rule 13, Section 9G, that the reasons for the suspension of the limitations are incorrect and misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front. All right, remember, this is a long one. Mrs. Weiner raises a point of order against further consideration of H.R. 2007 or Rule 13, Section 9G4 of the House rules on the grounds of the explanation of reasons that suspension of the limitation is being requested lacks the required detail. Section 13 of the resolution suspends the limitation on the conferees to permit the addition of proposed Section 5.07, amending Section 86.002 of the Election Code. The proposed section would require a voter to enter certain personally identified information on the carrier envelope for a mail ballot. The proposed section also provides that no associating an individual voter within a ballot may be created. The resolution explanation states that the changes necessary to regulate the contents of the carrier envelope for a ballot to be voted by mail. Ms. Weiner argues that the explanation does not indicate that the record creation prohibition would also apply to the statement of residence form required under certain law to be included with a mail ballot. The rule only requires an explanation of the proposed change and not a detailed analysis of the effect of the proposed change to current law. Here, the explanation indicates the major purpose of the proposed change, and it's plain that the record creation prohibition is designated to prevent the association identifying information on the carrier envelope with the ballot. The explanation complies with the rule. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled. That's the longest one ever. The chair recommends Mr. Clardy to close on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman now yield for some questions?
Gentleman, yield for questions.
Not at this time. I think there's still important things we need to cover in the layout of the bill, but
the gentleman's going to continue layout of the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, is the gentleman going to allow me to ask questions before his time expires?
I'm hopeful to be able to move through this, but there are several important passages that we did not get to. And again, I think it's important that the body hear the layout of the out-of-bounds resolution. So let's see if I can talk a little quicker
I think
than normal.
people can read. I mean, I think it's important that I'm allowed to ask a few questions. I mean, it's
that's
maybe
fair to
5
say,
questions.
but with all due respect, the members of this body can read as well.
Allow me an opportunity to ask you some questions.
The gentleman does not yield at this time. Mr. Clardy, please explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I appreciate the opportunity to close on this important out-of-bounds resolution. I do want to make a couple of observations just generally about the bill. First, this is a very important bill. This has been worked on for hours and hours, literally dozens of hours from the conferees on both sides of this building, with the Senate, with the House. And I do want to thank those conferees, including Ms. Collier, Representative Collier, Representative Canales. I know that we spent dozens of hours going through this bill, a lot of give and exchange. And so I know that the Representative Gonzalez wants to ask questions, but this is such an important bill. And when I look at this, there's nearly 20 full pages of out-of-bounds provisions in this bill, or in this resolution, but that's really less than of a total of a 67-page omnibus election bill. So a lot of this was done late. I don't get to control the clock, but I can assure you that the members of the committee did their absolute best, dead level best, to make sure we provided information to all members, including Representative Rose, and that we did everything that we could to make sure this was transparent, that we put all the copies out at the same time. We went through these things, and we went through these items very, very thoroughly. But again, for those members that weren't on the conference committee, that didn't serve on elections, that didn't hear some of these same bills in our committee, to hear those exact provisions, I think it's important to take the time and work my way through it. So if I return back to where we were a moment ago, and I'm looking at section 8.04 of the bill, where we amend section 232.008B of the election code, we were discussing how this affects election contests in the state of Texas, not just for general elections, but for primary elections as well. We changed these deadlines because it became obvious that there are problems in the state where contestants who want to challenge an election don't have ample time to build their case, gather the facts, and present those in a court of law. And so when you look at this, this gives you 5 more days. Yeah, I'm going to. 5 more days, challenged in a primary where runoff would occur, and 15 more days. So now instead of just 10 days, you have 15 days on a primary, and you have 30 days or 45 days instead of 30 on that election. Moving to Section 8.05, we create a special category of election contests based upon fraud. It makes the standard under Section 232002, makes the standard for this review of preponderance of the evidence standard. But then what the 232063 does in Section 8.05, it codifies that you do not have to have a vote harvester testify how they voted each ballot that was cast, so long as you can prove that they cast more illegal ballots than the number by which the contestant lost. Yeah. So you still have to prove fraud in all of those elements. Now, if we move to Section 8.06, this is something that was discussed to be codified in HB 6, but it didn't make it onto the floor, but it is here, the conference report. What it does is in the election code, the writs go to the Court of Criminal Appeals as opposed to those that go to the Supreme Court of Texas. And then moving towards the end of those matters that are out of bound, in Section 8.09 of the bill, it cleans up the expedited docketing for election procedures. And then finally, in Section 9.02, there's a clarification of intent that we think cleans up a provision that was in the Senate version, and it requires standardization of the forms concerning felony judgments and the affirmative finding and instructions to the convicted defendant. So that completes the layout, Mr. Speaker, but at this time I'd be happy to take questions from Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you. Representative Clardy, would you agree with me that H.R. 2007 has 22 substantive additions that it adds to SB 7 that were not either in the Senate or the House engrossed versions of SB 7?
I'm not, let me check one thing. I had, in my count, I had 23, not 22, but I would disagree with your characterization. Many 23 of these had been included as either parts of the House bill, but these were provisions that hadn't been talked about and had been discussed. But there were a number, yes.
And of these 23 substantive changes, do you know which ones of these we actually heard in the House Elections Committee?
You and I were privileged to serve on that committee, and I appreciate you being our vice chairman of that committee. I would have to go through, I'd hate to try to guess. I could probably go one by one and get pretty close, but if you have a number, it could suggest how many they were.
Well, I don't have a number, but I do know that they certainly all weren't heard in our Elections Committee. So you probably would know how many of these we actually voted out of committee.
It is my recollection, sir, we voted nearly everything out of the Elections Committee.
Do you know how many of them never saw the light of day in the House Elections Committee? That never even received a hearing?
That number I do not know. I know that there were some times we met and there was no light of day. We were there in the morning when it was dark. But if there's provisions here that we didn't, or sections of these 23 that we didn't hear, I'm unaware of that.
What would you say is the purpose of the committee process?
That's a very fair question. The purpose of the committee process is to allow the members of the committee to get more familiar with the elections code and to look at those areas that need to be addressed and to make the law of the state of Texas better. But most importantly, it's an opportunity for members to hear from not just us in this room who have opinions and ideas about the laws, but importantly to hear from the citizens of the state of Texas who take the time to come to testify in our committees and express their opinions. And some of those opinions we agree with, and some of those we don't. And there's some that you agree with that I agree with, and vice versa. But the opportunity of being a committee, the reason we do that, and the reason we have this exchange in public, televised for the world to see, is so we can exchange ideas about how we can make elections in Texas fairer, more open, more transparent, but also more secure, and preserve the integrity, which is vital for a democratic republic to continue to exist.
And I agree with you with the purpose of the committee process. But if some of these bills were never actually heard in committee, then the public never got the opportunity, nor did the committee members get the opportunity to to hear these changes or these substantive changes in 2007 that never even came before our committee, but yet were added to this final version of the bill. So people aren't having the opportunity to give testimony. We didn't have the opportunity to ask questions, to hear from witnesses, to ask questions from the AG to see how these certain provisions would be enforced.
Right, and that's a fair point. But I would also say there were a lot of times we have the opportunity as individual members to visit with those witnesses and those stakeholders and those people who are elections professionals throughout the state and the folks that serve in the Secretary of State's office or in the Office of Attorney General. Yes, we obtain that testimony from witnesses at the hearing, but we also obtain information from people outside of the hearing. And oftentimes I would challenge any member in this House to say that there were times they've served in a committee when well into the process, they realized this was an idea we should have thought of. I mean, I would like to think we're deliberate and we want to think through. We try to be diligent and capture the ideas early. But sometimes part of the process is to make us think of things that we should have thought of before. And so I certainly don't think it's appropriate for us to turn a blind eye or a blind ear to ideas that have been brought forward that are appropriate to belong in a bill like this, an omnibus bill that's designed to protect elections in Texas and be fair to all Texans.
Besides the budget and in your service here, and I can't recall how many terms you've served, but I know you've been here for quite a few terms, correct?
This is my fifth term that we're 2 days away from completing.
So
Yes.
in your 5 terms of serving, and besides the budget, can you ever recall an outside of bounds resolution that was 20 pages long and made 23 changes to a bill?
Actually, I can beat that. I don't see him on the floor, but I remember Representative Kemple at one time amended a bill with about 20 pages with about an 80-page amendment with going outside of bounds. But now, I'm sure that was entirely appropriate and like this bill was designed to.
So you remember one other time.
Well,
so it doesn't happen very often, right?
You know, and I don't want to pick on Representative Capriglione, who's prone to bring us third reading amendments, but, you know, the procedures allow what we're doing here to come forward with out-of-bounds amendments, and that's why we lay this out. We publish it to the members, and it's available to everyone to look at. I mean, one of the things I was wanting to address that we just got in last night, which I was unaware of, was the fiscal note on this bill that we've not been able to talk about. That is a concern, but I think it's not an irreconcilable concern. But we've pushed this information out in a very public and open way, and we have through the start of this process.
Do you recall any elections bills in the past that utilized, this many outside of the bounds changes?
I don't have a specific recollection. Of course, I think like you, this was my first time to serve on the elections committee. But in prior sessions, I don't remember that. But that's why I wanted to serve on this committee, and I was honored the Speaker allowed me to serve. This is an important issue for all Texans, and so the opportunity to be here, work with you, work with others, go through the process. I really do feel like we've made good changes here, both out of bounds and in the bill itself. I think that we in the House stood firm on the agreements that were made with our colleagues across the aisle before we voted on HB 6, and I think the bill as it stands is a very, very good piece of legislation. I believe it will serve the people of Texas well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker,
the gentleman's time has expired. The question occurs on the adoption of H.R. 2007. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voted. There being 79 ayes and 35 nays, the resolution is adopted. Is Mr. Kane on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Mr. Kane.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 7.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on SB 7 and recognizes Mr. Kane to explain the report.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, members, first, I want to publicly apologize to Representative Beckley. On May 7th, this body unanimously adopted Floor Amendment 20 by Rep. Beckley, which contained her bill, House Bill 661. The language would have allowed counties like Denton and Liberty to participate in the countywide polling place program. While the policy of the amendment can hardly be said to be a priority of my party, the amendment was in every draft of the Conference Committee report. The final Legislative Council version was delivered very late on May 27th. In reviewing the final version, I noticed several things that were supposed to be there were missing. One of those things was her amendment. I gave my word to my former desk mate that I would fight to keep her amendment in the report. I still don't know what happened or why it disappeared. I'm sorry. If the governor calls us back for a special session, I'm committed to hearing and voting on your bill first. This Conference Committee report is the product of many meetings and calls between members of both parties in both chambers. The bill contained in this Conference Committee report seeks to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. It protects every single Texas voter. Much of the provisions contained herein are designated to clarify existing law and to prevent honest mistakes from being criminalized. Article 1, Section 2 of the Texas Constitution provides that all political power is inherent in the people, and all free governments are founded on their authority and instituted for their benefit. To this end, in making our state constitution, the sovereign people of Texas delegated their lawmaking power to the legislature in relation to election laws. The legislature finds authority in Article 6, Section 4. Senate Bill 7, also known as the Election Integrity Protection Act of 2021, is made in furtherance of this constitutional authority. Section 1.03 contains legislative findings that reflects Floor Amendments 2 by Johnson of Harris, as well as Amendment 6, subsections 2 through 4 by Murr, the omnibus amendment crafted by several members of both parties, and parts of Amendment 4 by myself and Rep. Schofield in response to requests made by the NAACP. Section 1.04.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
I'd like to make sure that the gentleman will yield for questions.
Not this time. I've only got so much time, and I'd like to explain to the body the differences, and I'm not going to be repeating the same things that Representative Clardy said, and we only got so much time, so I'd like to finish, please.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Ms. Collier.
I move to have all the comments on the H.R. 2007, was it 9? 9, reduced to writing and placed into the journal.
Ms. Collier, 2007?
Well, the one on this, the H.R. pertaining to
H.R.
this.
2007.
Yes, sir.
All comments related to 2007. Members have heard the motion. The objection. Chair hears none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
I move to have all the comments on SB 7 reduced to writing and placed into the journal.
Members heard the motion. The objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Kane does not yield at this time, but I will come back and recognize you in a moment. Mr. Kane, proceed.
Section 1.05 mandates that election officials and public officials strictly construe the election code to affect the intent of the legislature, which is found in Section 1.04, which provides that the application of this code and the conduct of elections be uniform and consistent throughout the state to reduce the likelihood of fraud in the conduct of elections, protect the secrecy of the ballot, promote voter access, and ensure that all legally cast ballots are counted. I see Representative Busey there. Due to time restrictions, I'm going to jump to Article 9 of the bill, which begins on page 61. These sections were drafted to give effect to the intent of the Floor Amendment number 7 by Representative Busey. Sections 9.01 and 9.02 are made to ensure that persons 18 years of age or older who are convicted of a felony are fully informed of the conviction's effect on their rights of suffrage. While Section 9.03 also contains a new code provision from the House version of this bill found under subsection A5, which outlaws voting in a federal election held on the same date in this state and another state, subsection C was intentionally and specifically added to clarify what some courts and local prosecutors have gotten wrong. The crime of illegal voting is intended to target those individuals who intentionally try to commit fraud in our elections by voting when they know they are not eligible to vote. It is not intended to target people who make innocent mistakes about their eligibility that are facilitated solely by being provided a provisional ballot by a judge, since federal law requires judges to give someone who isn't registered and requests to vote a ballot. To this end, this provision in the Conference Committee report says that filling out a provisional ballot affidavit is not enough to show that a person knew they were ineligible to vote. For the purposes of legislative intent, this does not actually change existing law, but rather it makes crystal clear that under current law, when an individual fills out a provisional ballot, like tens of thousands of Texans do every year, the mere fact that they filled out and signed a provisional ballot affidavit is not enough to show that an ineligible voter knew they were ineligible to vote, or that their signature on it is enough. That has always been the case. Again, no one should be prosecuted solely on the basis of filling out a provisional ballot affidavit. We also, as part of the conference committee report, discussed recommending to the Secretary of State that these disclaimers about whether or not a person should fill this out be printed larger and more clearly on provisional ballots, since we can't put our election judges in the position of asking voters questions about their status and making legal decisions. Thus, for purposes of legislative intent, we ask the Secretary of State make the relevant text on the provisional ballot affidavit larger and more conspicuous. In total, these provisions strike a balance between allowing the prosecution of people that intentionally vote illegally, while ensuring that people who in good faith cast a provisional ballot but turn out to be mistaken cannot and should not be prosecuted. Such a prosecution, should one occur in the future or have occurred in the past, would, in my opinion, be a grave error. Thus, in reliance on the majority Van Dyke opinion issued by the Court of Criminal Appeals, I know the members of the conference committee believe this applies to all cases that have not yet had a final order. Again, it is our intent to make that clear for everyone. Before moving on to Article 2 of the bill, which relates to registration of voters, it should be noted that several provisions that were found in either the House or Senate versions were omitted from this report because the provisions have since passed both chambers in order, and other bills await for the governor's signature. For example, former Section 2.01, the House version ensures that all voter rolls are accurate by requiring the abstract of deceased voters to be sent to the appropriate authority within 7 days of being created, was passed by Representative Keith Bell in House Bill 1264. Another provision.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield now?
How much time? If I could finish 1 second, we'll make sure that we get you a question.
Not at this time.
Anyway, so Article 3 relates to the conduct and security of elections. Sections 3.01, 3.02, and 3.04 contain a floor amendment. There's Amendment 10 by Representative Menjarez, which contains House Bill 752 by Representative Israel. These provisions will save tax dollars by keeping municipalities from spending money on elections when candidates are unopposed. Sections 3.03, 3.12, 3.13 prohibit drive-through voting, which was already not a type of voting which is the law in Texas. While it's lawful for curbside, and that still is under Section 64.09, to be clear, unlike the language used by the Senate, the conference language does not outlaw the use of mobile homes or trailers for voting. Moreover, this does not outlaw things such like souls at the polls. Realizing there's time expired, and I don't want to ignore you, I would like to yield for questions from Chairman Collier.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Kane. Appreciate you being willing to take these questions. I want to go to page 5, line 16.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Okay. Please. So I was a member of the conference committee.
What page, ma'am?
And I'm on page 5, line 16 of the legislative draft ending in 396. Is that the one that you have?
Yes, ma'am. Page 5, line 19.
Okay. So I know that we didn't have as much interaction on the conference committee because there were times where I met with Representative Clardy and your lawyer, Elizabeth Bingham or Alvarez, I think that's her name.
Yes.
And then I met with Jatan, and then sometimes I met with you. But I want to be able to make sure that we clear up some questions about the provisions and then also establish the intent, the legislative intent in these provisions. So if you go to page 5, line 16, you talk about enforcement of voter roll maintenance. So this is requiring the Secretary of State to take a proactive step to ensure that the voter rolls match those who are eligible to vote. Is that correct?
I believe that's the intent, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how would they do that? What does that look like?
Well, the bill shows us that, and depending on what part of the code requires certain registrars to do acts, that's exactly what they'll be looking at. For example, a provision we just went over that requires them to, report things to the Secretary of State within 7 days regarding the registry of deceased voters. This would ensure that they did exactly what the Secretary of State told them to do.
So that means that the registrar would report to the Secretary of State?
Well, yes, they would need to. Well, the Secretary of State would review those things. And in fact, one of the really, really important provisions of this section is to to require the Secretary of State adopt rules and prescribe procedures for the implementation of this section. That way there's rules to be followed and everyone kind of understands what their duties are. It would prevent the Secretary of State from just making things up.
Okay, so if someone has moved in the transition period, that they're no longer in that one county.
We actually helped fix that by an amendment by Representative John Turner. It's a great amendment. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that there's a opportunity to cure if there is a transition period that the person has moved, that the Secretary doesn't completely drop them off. Rather, the Secretary of State will ensure that they are registered in the county where they actually live now. Is that right?
Under the code, Section 2.02 contains Representative John Turner's floor amendment. That would be amendment number 17, which would do that. It would amend Section 15.02(1) of the Election Code to require that when a registered voter moves to a new county, you might change your license or say no to a jury duty summons by indicating that you've moved. The registrar in the old county may not cancel that voter's registration until they've forwarded the registration to the voter's new county of residence.
So if there's a discrepancy between what the Secretary of State's records show and the local registrar, who trumps? Which one of them prevails? Which record prevails?
Under this exact section, I'm not sure of that, but I would expect that they would look and see which one's accurate and make the determination there. I'm not sure of someone trumping, but I think the goal should be accuracy.
Would they contact the voter to verify?
I hope they would contact the voter. That they should.
But that's your intent, is that they would do that?
If that's what's needed, yes. I certainly hope they do that.
So if you go to page 6, line 24, here in this provision, this is Section E, if the Secretary of State determines that a voter registrar has not performed any overt actions in pursuance of compliance with the provisions identified under subsection D4, can you tell me what overt actions look like?
Well, I think in determining the meaning of a word, we look to its context and understanding that the goal of this is not to punish simple mistakes or honest errors, but in realizing that an act that is overt, that is intentional, it is trying to get around the law or skirt the law, or is ignoring rules promulgated by the Secretary of State in that event.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
I'd like to have some more time to vet this bill. I mean, literally, this is very important for all Texans. We need to have the opportunity to clarify and establish the legislative intent. And I did ask for time to ask him questions.
Ms. Collier, an extension of time is not permitted under the rules.
Well, how are we going to establish legislative intent? There's a lot of ambiguities in this bill, Mr. Speaker. Is there Parliament inquiry?
Please state your inquiry.
Is there opportunity to have the bill author answer additional questions about the legislative intent and to clarify the provisions of this bill?
Ms. Collier, you will have an opportunity to ask him more questions when he's up here to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Parliament inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Does the time include the bill layout and the time that was made for the motions as well? Is that counted? Or did the clock stop?
The clock did not stop.
So the clock went on, and then the time where he said he wouldn't answer my questions, the clock continued to proceed. Twice when I asked for him to answer my questions, he said no.
Yes, ma'am. The gentleman had the floor the entire time. Chair recognizes Mr. Turner of Tarrant to speak in opposition of the bill. Ms. Beckley, for what purpose?
Thank you, Risco, but I would like to raise a point of order against further consideration of the conference committee report under Rule 13, Section 9A2 and F on grounds that the conferencees have exceeded their authority by omitting text which is not in disagreement.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Ms. Beckley raises a point of order as further consideration of the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 7 on Rule 13, Section 9A2 of the House Rules on the grounds that the conferees exceeded those jurisdictions by omitting the text that was not in disagreement. Ms. Beckley points to the text of the engrossed Senate bill and House Floor Amendment number 14 that would enact Section 86.015 Election Code related to the electronic tracking of mail ballots in substantially similar language. This text does not appear in the Conference Committee report. Both the Senate and House versions of the bill are in wide disagreement on the subject of election administration, including mail balloting. The conferees may omit text in the overall context of adjusting differences on a subject matter in disagreement between the two houses. Here, the chair determines that the Conference Committee acted within their jurisdiction in resolving differences on the subject of mail balloting. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled. The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to speak in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to speak in favor of Senate Bill 7. Over the last 5 months, we've spent countless hours going through a lot of the legislation that was filed, exploring a lot of the different issues that have come up over the last decades when it comes to elections. We read through the Baker-Carter report of 2005. We heard the testimony from previous sessions dealing with voter ID, with mail-in ballots, with other issues that we've had with our elections over the last couple decades. And we put together what I believe is a bill that addresses many of those issues. One of the main issues that we found was issues with mail ballot harvesting. And we added legislation that would directly address that and allow the Attorney General's office to investigate and prosecute those issues. We also looked at issues dealing with voter assistance fraud, which is a prevalent issue that targets especially those minority communities and communities where people are taken advantage of. And we we made sure that there was legislation in there to crack down on that, to make sure that we identified those people that were abusing the rights, stealing the votes away from individuals, to make sure that their votes counted. We also made sure to address issues dealing with the mail-in ballots when it's turned into ballot harvesting or to ballot boards and signature verification committee, to make sure that we're protecting those ballots that come back or that their signatures may not match completely, to make sure that there's a driver's license number or last four of the social security number to also help to identify and ensure that those ballots are counted if those signatures don't match. In addition to that, we made sure that the DPS signatures that are shared with the Secretary of State's office is sent down to the counties, and that the ballot boards and the signature verification committees had more signatures to verify those mail-in ballots. This helps to ensure that those mail-in ballots, with both the application and the ballots, come from who they say they are. It protects people's votes. In addition to that, we made sure that we've included statutes dealing with the equipment that we use in our in our polling locations. We made sure that there will be paper backups for every ballot to ensure that if there is a need for an audit, that there is a way to audit those machines, to audit those votes. So the electronic system tallies up those votes, and then you have a paper ballot backup to make sure you have, as a voter, would have the opportunity to look at that ballot, ensure that's who you want to vote for, and turn it into the machine. In addition to that, we also made sure that during early voting and election days, we've extended the minimum hours that you could vote, and made sure that those hours were between the hours of 6 to 9 on weekdays and 1 to 7. And expanded it on Sundays as well, to make sure that, and also standardized it across the state. This is This is very important to make sure that people have equal opportunity, no matter where they are in the state, to go and vote. There should be consistency between the counties. So whether you live in Fort Bend County, Harris County, Montgomery County, Dallas County, there's predictability. The Secretary of State also has new authority to make sure that counties are able to both train, enforce, and through auditing process, and if the counties decide not to correct their voter rolls, that there is a mechanism for enforcement. This is important to make sure that our voter rolls are accurate. What currently happens is the Secretary of State will receive information from the Department of Vital Statistics dealing with where people live, where they move, and also death records. And this helps, and when you look at that information, if there's definite matches, then they're removed by the Secretary of State, and when there's not clear matches, then it's sent down to the counties. This enforcement mechanism is important to ensuring that we have an opportunity to make sure our voter rolls are accurate and up to date. And so I would like to encourage everyone to vote in favor of Senate Bill 7. Thank you.
Mr. Pursuit, for a purpose.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the remarks of Representative Jatan on Senate Bill 7 be reduced to writing, placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Please excuse Mr. Moody because important business in the district on the motion of Mr. Turner of Dallas. Is there objection?
Objection, Mr. Speaker.
Please bring the objection down front. Members, there's an objection to the exclusion of Mr. Moody. Is the record vote? The clerk ring the bell. Mr. Landgraf has asked for strict enforcement. Please vote from your desk, members. You cannot vote from the dais. There are 86 ayes, 0 nays. The motion to excuse fails for lack of quorum.
Speaker.
Mr. Tindall, for a purpose.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
We take an oath at the beginning of session, and we collect per diem per day to be here on the House floor to do our job on behalf of almost 30 million Texans. Am I seeing that we don't have a quorum? And essentially, it looks to me like the Democrats left the House floor and they're neglecting their duty that they swore an oath to do.
Mr. Tinderholt, that's not a proper parliamentary inquiry. Not every person who left the floor is part of a party or not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House.
Mr. Guerin, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd raise a point of order of no quorum as reflected on the last roll call.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Guerin makes a point of order that a quorum is not present. Based on the tally sheet furnished by the voting clerk, a quorum is apparently not present. The point of order is well taken and sustained. Mr. Guerin moves the House adjourned at 10 a.m. tomorrow's objection. Chair hears none, so ordered.